Hey, man. Come on.
some sort of pain. You caused a permanent stain, which has determined your fate. I've never seen so clear, I feel the end and it's near. The day of reckoning's here, the sound of deafening fear. You gon' die if you try, you just might get a little bit of trouble, K-N-I-F-E, right in your side, you will never see me coming. You gon' die if you try, you just might get a little bit of trouble, K-N-I-F-E, right in your side, you will never see me coming. My energy is next level, so damn you better be careful. I got an angel and devil, he snaps me straight in the temple. I'm ready to be a rebel, I've got a lot of potential hidden inside of this vessel. That shit is so exponential. I need a first class ticket to the top, no limit. I don't play no gimmicks, I'ma take you to the clinic. If you want a taste, come at me and you will be replaced. They won't find a trace of you anywhere or any place. You gon' die if you try, you just might get a little bit of trouble, K-N-I-F-E, right in your side, you will never see me coming. You gon' die if you try, you just might get a little bit of trouble, K-N-I-F-E, right in your side, you will never see me coming.
Greetings and salutations, YouTube and the people on Kick. Welcome back to another live stream with your host, Whole Llama. Hey, I'm relaxing today. I'm at home, baby. Hey, check this out. I'm in my bathrobe. Can you dig it? Well, my house coat. I like to say bathrobe because it make you feel like you're underdressed. But I'm in my house coat. Right? Can you dig it? Sitting back here relaxing, getting ready to get into some Citizen Con, as you can see in the top right hand corner. You're right. So they just went live. We got some meteors flying around on the screen. They should be going live here shortly. Let's see what time it is. It's 10 o'clock. So how's everybody doing this fine evening? It will be noon for me, but late night for others. Yeah. Living Tribunal, welcome to the stream, brother. Welcome to the stream. Getting ready to have us a watch party. Everybody is welcome to come on in. Come on in. We're just getting everything set up. Getting everything set up. Everything ready to go. So, what did everyone think about the live stream for yesterday? Now, I just want to go ahead and give my take right quick. It was amazing. I was thoroughly impressed with everything I've seen. You know, a lot of the presentation givers wasn't all of that exciting, but what we was able to see was very exciting. You know, with the Star engine demo was pretty nice. Um, to be able to see the the demonstration of the replication layer and server meshing, that was pretty cool to see that they were able to get that to work even on a small scale. They did say that they will be able to scale it up and get the servers to understand the architecture and the code to get them all meshed in together, so we ain't got to worry about server crashing in 30Ks anymore. It'll just pass us over into the new server, which is highly needed going forward. But I really yeah, I was just getting ready to cover that too, my man. Star map, man, the star map is a huge addition to to the uh the quality of life of Star Citizen. Let me make sure okay. Just want to make sure that the audio will come through on the stream. Yeah, the star map. Oh, make sure that the audio. This is the gameplay that I signed up for Star Citizen. The star map. Oh, this is the gameplay that system management system for Star Citizen. Right, when the player in the demo walks up to the little terminal and able to pull up a map of the ship and be able to see all the different systems that are connected to everything, and a map of the ship, being able to open doors and close doors and that are connected to overclock different systems, and being able to run to power plants and things of that nature to place fuses, you know, and know exactly what system is uh-oh, here we go. Let's see what Jared has to say. And know exactly
Hi, everybody.
what system is uh-oh, here we go. Let's
We
see
made
what,
it.
Jared
Citizen
has to
Gun
say.
Day 2.
Exactly.
Hi, everybody.
Uh-oh, here we go. Let's
We
see
made
what,
it. How's my mic?
Citizen
Is this Anthony, is this good? Hi, everybody. We were given notes after yesterday. I apparently had the mic too far from my mouth, and Dan was like, so
audio
we
is
split the
looping.
difference. So we're gonna see what we can improve today. Hi, everybody. I'm Jared. I'm the creative content lead for Cloud Imperium Games and Robert Space Industries. And as I said, welcome to CitizenCon Day 2. As one astute user on social media put it, yesterday we laughed, we cried, we doubled our dogs. On Day 2, we're bringing a whole new slew of presentations for you.
Is that better? Does that sound better?
Get to the programming of today. It's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, a live event like this, and it may have gone under the radar with the pandemic and missing a year. This is actually the 10th
Okay.
anniversary of CitizenCon and the 10th CitizenCon we've done. So I wanted to take some time.
I don't know why I always have
I
issues
wanted to take some
with
time
something every time I
here
stream,
on the
man.
pre-show where I can do pretty much anything I want and shout out some of the pioneers who came before us to make this event what it is today. So CitizenCon actually started. The very first one was back in 2013, back in the Alamo Roadhouse in Austin, and it was the brainchild of Sandy Gardner, Ben Lesnick, and Pete Mackey. Now it was in a little theater. It was in a little theater down in downtown Austin, and it was, for some, it was an excuse to watch the Wing Commander movie in front of a crowd and in a big theater. But for others, it was the birth of our annual convention and the introduction of
I'm gonna
Aaron
let Joe
Roberts and the
know I'm
Boundary
live.
42 team at that time to the CIG family. It started out small, had some humble beginnings, but over the years, it's evolved into this massive undertaking that we have this year. In 2014 and 2016, CitizenCon was here in Los Angeles at the Avalon Theater, just in downtown. At 2014, we introduced the vision for the persistent universe, which was not yet playable. Arena Commander had only come just earlier that year. And in 2016, we followed up on those procedural planets with a visit down to the planets and the introduction of the sandworm. And Sean Tracy, if you're watching, when my sandworm, man? Can we hear it? When my sandworm, man? He goes on stage in the first presentation. He's probably not happy right now. Between those 2 years in LA, we took our first trip to Manchester and the, what was it called? The Runway Visitor Park, which was presented underneath a glorious Concorde, fantastic aviation craft that our chat users at the time really thought we had built a giant spaceship for this stage. I can remember sitting in the chat and like, no, that's not a spaceship. That's the Concorde. Get a calendar from 1988. It was like January. 2017 was where things started changing. 2017 was where we started to adopt the format that you see here today. It was our first trip to Frankfurt in the Avalon Theater, where we started breaking apart multiple presentations, multiple teams. We started really diving into the depths of Star Citizen's development. After the first several years of building up, having to build 4 studios around the world and lay the groundwork, CitizenCon had evolved to becoming the true showcase that it is today and showing you as many different aspects of our development as possible. But it reached its final form in 2018. Going back to Austin at the Long Convention Center, Long Center in Austin, that's where CitizenCon exploded. 2 tracks, 2 competing theaters of presentations, the mocap stage. We introduced the Xi'an language, which changed Chris Harrow's life forever. Shout out to Chris Harrow if you're watching. And then in 2019, the biggest CitizenCon we had at the time back in Manchester, which parallels what we're doing today. Huge screens, huge exhibitions, huge panels, huge discussions, huge reveals. I'm sure we all remember that Carrick trailer. Yeah, that was a pretty big one. Oh, also, it was a Carrick ice sculpture that didn't melt all day. I lost $50 on that. I got 5 minutes? Oh, cool. Sorry, the person in my ear. Guys, I've never done a day 2 before. I'm running on fumes. How are you guys feeling?
Good, man. We good. We ready, baby. Come on, Jared. Come on, Jared.
I do want to take this time. So, like I said, CitizenCon started from humble beginnings, the birth child of Sandy, of Ben, of Pete Mackey back in the day. It's evolved over the years with
that's
many
when
stewards,
Star Citizen
Eric
was
Kyron
the
Davis,
purest. It was
David
the best.
Roth, our stewards this year. They're going to hate me for shouting them out. Leah and Tyler, please give them a huge round of applause for Leah and Tyler, who have driven this year's event and made it everything that you guys here live in the theater have seen. Hall B, jeez, I hope you've seen Hall B during the interstitials between the panels if you're watching from home. Leah and Tyler have kicked the ball out of the park. I mixed my metaphors there. I wonder what I'm going to be like at the end of the day. Let's go into the day's programming, shall we? So in
You,
just a few minutes,
normally
at the top
you.
of the hour, we've got Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Sean Tracy again for character advancement. They're going to show you some of the latest advancements in our character tech. You saw, and Andre. Don't want to forget Andre. You're going to love Andre. Sorry, Andre. You saw a little bit of it in the Star Engine presentation yesterday. It's gonna explode. And they're gonna show you the full potential of that work for the star hair and the star cloth and the facial stuff and the clothes stuff. You're not gonna want to miss that. Life in the first person is a look at the first-person existence in our Star Citizen's first-person universe. It's not just FPS combat, it's how you interact with the universe around you, and a lot of improvements I think many of you are going to appreciate. Then Taking Flight, Yogi and Diego and Inez and the team there are going to be here for another live
Are you
demo
ready,
where they play the
Tribunal?
game and show you the amazing
Are
master
you
mode and
ready,
fight changes
big bro?
that have come from their work on Squadron 42 that are being brought over to Star Citizen. We're going to break for lunch again, 2 o'clock. Get your lunch. It's a long day. Then finally, two-part environment and gameplay summit here with Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, where we're going to go through a bunch of the new locations that are coming to both Stanton and the Pyro system. You're going to want to check those out. And for those who are here,
hey, thanks,
be in
homie.
your seats.
I got your link. Appreciate that.
Be in your seats as those presentations progress. I can't tell you why, but you'll thank me later. And then, of course, at around 5 o'clock thereof, timings, Chris Roberts will return to the stage for his closing remarks, his closing ceremonies, and you're not going to want to miss that. So that's our day's festivities. With that, I'm going to throw it over to Dan. He's back in Hall B. Dan, I hope you have more energy than me. Take it away, buddy.
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you guys back at CitizenCon Day 2, CitizenCon 2953 at the Los Angeles Defense Center. So many awesome things yesterday. We saw the server meshing panel. We saw people experience Pyro for the first time. We saw the community booths behind me, which we'll get to in a second. So many awesome things yesterday. I remember it like it was yesterday. What's that? We don't have the graphics budget for the extended flashback sequence. We have to move on. Okay, we're moving on. Well, welcome again. My name is Dan Halbrick. I'm the community producer here at CIG. Welcome you all to the show floor here at Hall B of the Los Angeles Convention Center. We have so many awesome things to show you guys today, whether they be community booths, we'll be talking to content creators, we'll be talking about JRDF stuff, or, things will go long and maybe we'll talk about some of it. Who was that strange leprechaun of a man?
What?
So many colorful characters here at CIG. Sometimes I regret being his producer, but there's no job security otherwise, so I guess here's where I am. At least he makes it easy for me. So here we have the community booth. Here we have the community booths. We're going to get right into it. Follow me this way. We're going to go right into the corporation. We have some people here now talking to the corporation. Excuse me, guys. We're going to have a quick chat with the corporation if you guys don't mind. Welcome, everyone. This is the corporation. Now, these are one of the biggest orcs in the game. They're friendly to newbies. They have this really immersive scavenger hunt, so we're going to get into it. Welcome, guys. So can you tell me, what's the main focus of the corporation?
The corporation is a friendly environment for people to have
Hey, you
game
know what?
sessions regularly, to have a good community.
I don't care nothing about that part. Let's get down and boogie, baby. Huh? if any advertising no doggone the corporation organization on my stream. No, we the tribunals over here. Huh? If y'all want to be a part of an organization, come on and see us over at the Tribunal organization. The Discord link will be in the description. And if you're watching on YouTube, the leader of the Tribunal organization is right here in the chat. Okay. This just in, we got Void Walker Joe. He is currently on site at Ground Zero in the at the CitizenCon. He is standing in line at the merch. He said he's getting ready to get me a shirt. So he's gonna get me a Pyro exclusive shirt. That's what's up, Joe. That's what's up. So Tribunal, if you're still there, what did you like so far about the presentation? What stood out to you the most? The FPS radar. FPS scanning and and rest in peace in Crusader Spirit. Oh man, bro, that Zeus isn't that much of a competition to the Spirit ships. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, all right. Uh-oh. The hmm. that second entrance to the Zeus, that's dope. I don't understand why uh um Crusader ships have a hard time with second entrances. Yeah, that's fire. Being able to make money off of the information that you share. I give you 50 bands. I give you 100 bands for that information. Hustling, baby, hustling. There's a brochure for the Zeus. I need to read up on that and get abreast to what's going on with those ship variants. I am liking the idea of the bounty hunter ship though. I think I may opt in for that one for sure. The bounty hunter variant of the Zeus. Has a small social kitchen area plus a second entrance. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I need to look more into it. It's another flying Dorito ship. Hey, sometimes it make you feel like you should have waited, didn't it? Let's see what's going on with the stream here.
A rousing edition of Happy Birthday. We're going to test the stream gods and see if we don't get muted. So ready? All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Star Citizen.
Oh, he was all the way off key. To you. To you.
All right, with that, we're going to take a break. Hang out, get your last drinks, get your last snacks, everybody. The show's starting in about 10 minutes with our character advancement panel right there on stage. So stay tuned. If you like day one, we've got more to come, everybody. Take care. We'll see you in a bit.
Well, let's get it. Let's get it, baby. Come on. Come on. Tribunal, are you ready, sir? Citizen Con, are you ready? YouTube and people on Kick, are you ready? It's about to go down. Can you dig it? Tribunal, are you ready for some high octane action, baby? Yeah. Huh? Yeah, I'm geeking out over here, man. I'm geeking out. Where's my Joe? Yes, sir. Okay, so Joe is gonna be in the exact same spot. Okay, you got the cargo version. Oh, snap. Tribunal, you doing the most, brother. You doing the most. Okay, Orin. You excited for today? Cool, good, good. I'm excited for today too. Absolutely. We getting ready to get ourselves into a treat here. Joe said he's gonna get me a shirt. He's been talking to me on Discord. Ban and Pyro. I think that's the shirt he's gonna get me. All these old dudes. Hey, I'll be right there. I'll be right there with them. All old dudes sitting together. Yep. So these must be the esports team. Oh, if y'all watch back from my last stream where the camera guy did this pan, he panned the camera right in Aaron Roberts' face. He was sitting in the crowd. He was sitting on the aisle, one of the aisle seats. Oh, there's the camera guy. He's going back, so he's getting ready to pan the All right, camera guy, come on. Get it together. I'm trying to find my joke. There we go. They cued him in. Let's see if we can find Joe. Now, if you're watching my stream, if I see him, I'm gonna put my my cursor right on his face. Come on, stream. He should be sitting in the exact same spot. Mm-hmm. Him and Zook is together. There's Chambers. There's Brian Chambers right there. I got my mouse over his face. Brian Chambers is right there in the crowd. There's Zook. There's Zook right there. He's in the pink shirt. I see you, Zook. But Joe isn't there. There's Zook. Joe would be sitting right there where the empty seat is. Dang it. Damn. My Joe. That's our homie Joe. Yeah, you can't do that. Stop being a idiot. Put your hand down, dummy. Now watch Joe pop up in the camera. He'd just be cause he said that he was standing in the merch line trying to get a trying to buy a t-shirt from me. Don't he said don't tell my boss I'm here. Dude, you don't shine a light in the camera. Where do you find these bozos, man? These are all great people. We see you too, buddy. What the hell is that? A soccer ball with sunglasses on it? Man, go sit down. Of course, you would have a big giant fan because you hot, because you want to dress up like a doggone hot dog. Try by. You through. Look at this Care Bear looking dude. You look weird. You look like a weirdo. Nah, ain't nobody waving at you. You look crazy. You look crazy. You look like you shouldn't be outside. No, no, no. Yeah, Care Bear. No, wrong. Broken. You ought to be in an asylum some damn where. Batman need to come get you. Batman need to take you to the Arkham Asylum, Jack. You and the hot dog lady. Sitting up there, you hot. You waving a fan cause you hot. Well, that's because you got on all that ridiculous shit on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the person who forgot to create himself an intro, Disco Lando! He also had caffeine in the last 10 minutes. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2, everybody! Are you pumped? Are you psyched? Have you eaten 2 dogs? Get in your seats. It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 2. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Up first, character advancement with Ian, Sean, Forrest, Andre. Give it up. Bone, start the show.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm about to be in the live stream channel.
Hello there. Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. We're going to kick off the first ever Day 2 of CitizenCon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team.
Okay.
Right. So first let's talk about life in a frontier system like Pyro and how this influences the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to what we've seen in Stanton already. We wanted to give a wider visual palette and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially, frontier fashion is function over form. They are repurposed and repaired, and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions. This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game. Okay, awesome. So hopefully you guys that played Pirate Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage are a key part of the frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality, but
These
also
outfits have a
some
lot of
customization
detail in them. I
options.
like
So
that.
let's take a look at a video we just developed internally, and this is for modular storage items on the player.
They definitely showing us a lot of pyro. Wow, so you could put all of these patches on your person and put a bunch of stuff in the pouches. That's dope. Look at that. That's fire. And there's something in each pouch. That's dope. That's dope.
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will
Yeah.
provide loads
But
of
when is it
customization
coming
options in
though?
the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for frontier locations, and these also follow the same mismatched and repurposed design aesthetics. Now we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark. So this is all driven by our new Layer Blend V2 shader, and it's
See, they
feature
showing us a
library.
lot of pyro stuff, but
And we
when is the
focused on more
pyro coming?
consistent wearing
That's what I
between
want to know.
0 and 100% values. So to showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset.
That ugly ass helmet. It has a lot of detail in it. I like it. Different variations. You know, what these helmets reminds me of? I don't know if y'all remember the Hellgast from
All right.
what was the name of that game? I have to think. I gotta
So as we saw in
remember
the
it.
video, the insides
see.
of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
That's old news.
So
They've
in
been
summary,
trying to
Frontier
advertise
Fashion
that to us
is
for years.
expanding the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems.
Killzone.
All right.
From the game
Now let's talk about
Killzone.
something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen. So Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far, over 105 million have been taken out by you guys. So you guys have been busy. Great job. All right. So it was like, all right.
Yeah, we've
now
been
we're gonna
putting
need
our
to
work in.
introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos.
That's the best name they
These
came up
signify
with for that
rank
game.
and progression within the gang.
Rough and
Let's
Ready.
take a look at a quick video.
Well, the Bloods and the Crips, that's not all that creative either. Yeah, it's edgy. It sounds like some stuff that you don't want your kids to watch. Right. Mm-hmm. Right, right. This NPC doesn't look threatening at all. Mm-mm. Nope. See all of them gears and sprockets. See, that's just targets to me where to put my bullets. Rough and Ready game.
I think they look
the Rough and
absolutely
Ready.
fantastic. Okay. So the Rough and Ready can be found in some of the space stations around Pyro. Now the tattoos, like I said, the tattoos form a
That sounds
progressive
like a
design.
nightclub.
This illustrates the hierarchy within the gang. As a player, you'll be able to earn these tattoos and apply them to your character.
Hey, what club we going to tonight, fellas? We going to the Rough and Ready
Cool.
club.
The next gang we're going to talk about is Headhunters. So this gang is also located in Pyro.
That's because
but
you
offers
have a mohawk,
completely different
Orange.
frontier aesthetic. More of a wasteland vibe with lots of personality, and this will translate into the behavior types. Now, this gang is currently in production, but let's take a quick sneak peek.
Headhunters. Yeah, we need factions in the game that's kind of like reminiscent to the Mad Max. Nah, this the headhunter guy. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I got the chat set up that way. I got the chat set up that way, Tribunal. I have Orin, Boucher, and Reaper in the chat. Only I can hear them. See, I can address you, Tribunal, but they can't hear me.
Okay, so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right. All right. So they're looking awesome. Now,
Let's
the last
see
gang
here.
we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now, internally, I love the original Desert
I
Nomad
always
order.
thought
You can see
these
here,
people
right?
was the
Now, I
good
wanted to use
guys.
it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language. So here we can see
That's nice.
see the Dusters gang lineup.
That's dope.
Showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences
That's because you dusty.
between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility. New armor categories will be combat, specialist, utility, and support.
Yeah, combat, specialist, utility, and support.
And these will
defines
define
the types of items
items
quickly
that are
available
quickly available
from
on the
suit
slots of the suit.
slots.
There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will
Is
also
this
be
turning into an RPG?
out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control. So in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance
Yeah,
to milder G
that was
forces will be
supposed to be
preferred.
a thing.
Okay. So as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday, hygiene simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time. Poor hygiene can lead to disease. lowered health, and snarky comments. Hygiene decays faster if a character becomes dirty or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's skin, such as blood, sweat, and dirt. Certain usables, such as a shower, will reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects. So let's keep clean, yeah. Okay, so that covers a quick recap on armor sets and hygiene. Let's get back to a video showcasing the dusters. Awesome. So you'll be able to find the dusters scattered around various derelict settlements and wrecks in Stanton, and the dusters will be available Q4 this year. And with that, I'll hand you over to Sean Tracy. You guys have been awesome. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Hello, everyone. All right, so I'm Sean Tracy. I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles.
You know, whenever Sean Tracy is on the stage, you know what he's going to talk about, right?
I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous CitizenCon kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production.
He has to talk about
used in both Squadron
theaters
42
of war
and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets, like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous cloth setups, and in the end, it just looks a whole lot better. So today, I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action.
Wait, they showed this yesterday.
Trench coat. Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs, they have to crouch, they have to prone. It's got to collide with the environment. And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics.
He's a Squadron 42 character.
cut that one just before some good spoilers, so. Yeah. All right, so how's it all work? Well, cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself. So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with star cloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the duster and the one I want to show you now. So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other. It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing. On the front, there's a big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier, and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back. So he's walking into the wind here. And in the end, as I mentioned, it just looks a whole lot better. So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend, Andre Piers, who's going to talk about hair.
Thank you, man. Hi, everyone. So, nice to be here in LA with all you guys. So, I want to start with a question, okay? How many of you are actually excited that we're getting new hair into the verse? All right. So, I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved. It's been a long road, but definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? A bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created, okay? And from there, we're going to take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys. Okay, don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're gonna love what we have. Okay, so first thing I want to touch now, very simply. Okay, hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe? Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay? So, hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. With the scope of Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is, we have arrived, okay? It is, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically.
Man, I don't care nothing about no dandruff.
Fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do. Okay, so it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these three parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course, and we came to a realization. The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin. We do need it to be thicker enough, thicker than real life hair, because if you take one of your hairs, you'll see it's really thin, right? So it does need to be renderable. That means if it's really thin, it will be sub-pixel rendered at some point. With the motion and all that, we will get a lot of artifacts. And so that would be a no-go. We do need it to be thicker than in real life. But can we make it look thin? That was the question. So we came to the realization that from hair, or from scalp to hair, and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You'll see practical examples of this, but that allowed us to have smooth transitions and basically achieve the result we expected. On the placement side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now, I could be here all day talking about hair libraries, okay, because I'm a very technical person, and if you see me around the venue, feel free, I'm Andre, you can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but
right. Move on, dude. Come on.
Relate. So imagine in real life, you have a construction business, and you could make one wall, one roof, one floor, and one window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the whole universe, right? That's what air libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, hair libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create one hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is great news, okay? So yeah, that was major achievement. Cool. So,
Okay.
hair libraries are just a thing.
Figured out to make hair.
Picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us.
In a game where people wear
we managed to
helmets
achieve this at the
90% of the
Now,
time.
On the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast through some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with. But let's just understand, like at bake time, so bake time is prior to runtime. Runtime is where the game runs. Bake time, we're preparing the asset to actually put it in the engine. At bake time, we calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card by just making it that way. Now, on the ambient occlusion,
yeah, I really don't care about the hair part either.
Ambient occlusions onto
I mean, it's
the
cool and all.
well.
It's
Now,
great that
in
they
any game
can have that level of fidelity and realism,
okay? You might use it
you
or not.
know,
Imagine
with
in
the
car,
hair
you have a
and
trunk.
make
You
the
can use it or
characters and
not. It's up to
NPCs
you.
look
If you
believable
don't- it's
and
not
more
silly to use the
alive,
car without using the
you
trunk, of
know.
course,
But
if you have a luggage, you can put it there or in the back seat, wherever you want. Now we decided
they could
to
have
use this
saved
because it
this
was
for
free.
the end
trunk was
of
already
the
there,
presentation.
So the color was already there, and we just decided to store 2 ambient occlusions on it. These 2 ambient occlusions work this way. Light hairs, like a blonde hair, obviously
Or-
needs more shadowing, or less
Or
shadowing than
a
than a dark
Thursday
hair, right?
Inside Star Citizen
And so we store
video.
2. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one, and that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends, and allows a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to show. So, one last thing before we can start looking at videos is that, and this is really creative, total credit for the people, for the tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined. It's absolutely amazing. So, we have an hairstyle that was ready, that you can see over there. And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right? And so we now have a 2D space that relates to a 3D location. Meaning that if I want to have hair like mine, which is white on the sides and dark on the top, I could just paint this part and get it white on one side and then dark on the top, which is an insane advancement because cars normally are stacked on top of each other. So when an
Yeah,
artist is
you're
using
right,
cars, if
Reaper.
you
It's
paint one
good to
card
get the
make it
boring
white
shit
here,
out the
well,
way
it's gonna be
early.
stacked on top of the other, and you're going to get spots all over the place and no control over it. So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible result. For example, now I can paint one side
People don't
of
care
my
nothing
2D
about no
representation
damn
of my
hair.
3D space and get this possible result, which is pretty amazing. So, next video, we're going to take a look at our tools, okay? This is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use we are able to actually create the hairstyles. So let's take a look at this video. get the full range, so you can go for full white. These are melanin ranges, so realistic ranges. Fully white up to black. Obviously, you can go redhead as well. Get out of the way. We also have the dye feature where you can see all the things we talked about implemented. You can go a bit more wild on this. And this is why important the length of the card is stored in those vertexes. And obviously you can fade it as well as much as you do. So all the possible combinations between the realistic melanin ranges and the dye layer, okay? This is how the occlusion is working, so you can see these shadowings, creating more negative spaces, more structure to the hair. And if you look at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth of set helps us with the transitions as well. Cool. By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU? So now that we understand a bit better how the hair is working, that's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
Oren is only saying that is because he doesn't care about the hair panel. He want to see other stuff. I mean, to be clear, you know, I don't care about this panel either. But I do like the fact that they have improved on the hair styles and the hair customization, because and plus now here's the thing for me, right? I'm not seeing any afros up in here. You know, you got all of this tech for the straight hair, but you don't have no let me see where the kinky hair, the nappy hair, come in at. You know what I'm saying? The fro. Where's the fros at? Where's the bald fades, the cornrows, the dreads, the braids? This is the reason why we wear do-rags. We know we know how to tie our hair down. And usually when pilots, when they have a lot of hair on their heads, they their cornrow their head or French
Great guys,
braid
so I
their
can see by your
hair.
feedback that you really enjoyed the dye, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game-ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you, we're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just seen now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games. In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO, you can do pretty much anything, okay? It's our glimpse into the future of what type of diversity we want to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style is one of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
There we go. See, we can French braid our hair. There we go, Tribunal. There it is, Tribunal. Yeah, see, there's the locks. There's the locks. Now see, Medusa, right? This is how her hair looked when they thought her hair looked like snakes. She had afro locks, but they thought there were snakes on her head. Now there's one style that I want to see them do. They didn't show. Okay, all right.
Guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you've seen in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff. But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that.
The person who made the system at first he was super ecstatic.
Artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have. Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made. Yeah. Yeah. That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist end, okay? After this, there's a tech art pass where they need to skin it. They need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're going to see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting it. So,
Yes.
as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about his stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys.
Oh, so y'all gonna give us hairstyles?
Into the PU.
Yup, me. I'm definitely going for the middle-aged man. Major hair update. Q4.
So before the year ends, you're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles. It was a pleasure to be here with you today, guys, and see you in the verse.
Another round of applause for Andre and getting new hairs into the game. I can't wait to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that.
I thought he left
and
CIG.
for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier. Absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna run through this, we don't have a lot of time. I'm gonna talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us from the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters. So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm gonna be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put in the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you could interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool, 60 new heads. And we processed them internally. We also added customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion, makeup layer on top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great. All right, so our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there, but that wasn't enough. We need more. That is our new pool.
That's dope. That's fire.
Very exciting. Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters.
Hey, check this out. One of these faces
and the persistent
is
How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood,
what's
London,
his name?
And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy scanner. The scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated. In seconds. To give you an idea, our old process of doing this took hours to calibrate. This
Super Mac brother.
In seconds.
One of those faces is Super Mac brother.
Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster. Polarized image data resulted in improved spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we could put on the head. That way we could render them, make them look really good.
CJ from GTA.
Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map resolutions. Hyper accurate scan results. Now, close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light. This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
This is how they made the Matrix movie.
All right. So we got some characters here on the screen. Those are all built using all these things that I've briefly mentioned. I want to talk to you a little bit about skin tone though. Skin tone's tricky because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability to do whatever you want. So what you see is some
Our
really
eyes are not used to looking at this. You see this?
Yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin color. Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that whitehead, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end.
Huh. Wow. That's impressive.
All right, so here's a little more detail what I'm talking about. We knew that we were going to get a pull for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears, lips. But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character with. And what's great about this is as we grow our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, whatever it should be. What should it be? What does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is brought by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads. And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice. And now here's another look. Here's a couple more characters that I put together with this stuff. And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator, character customizer for Squadron 42. Every head you see in here, which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse. And as you can see right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, so what's this all mean to you guys? Let's show you.
Not too much or nothing, really.
Time for live demo. All right, so I want to welcome you to the Biotic Corp Calliope machine. All right, so here you can see we've got the, whoa, I'm getting feedback. You can see we've got two body types that I can select from at any point in time.
Damn.
So we're gonna start in right away. Now
They
you might
gotta
recall
fix that.
how the character creator currently works. You would have a whole bunch of source heads from
Y'all
our
hear
DNA
that
pool.
feedback?
We would select one of the facial shapes, and then we'd blend it up or down, depending on how much you
Hey,
wanted that
Tribunal,
certain
y'all
facial
hear
shape.
that
Now,
feedback?
this was pretty good, but it's not the most intuitive of systems. So instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced is sculpting mode.
It was.
So it's quite interesting to know what's going
was
on
coming
behind the
through
scenes.
my
And this wasn't
headphones.
an easy problem to solve, but our
High-pitched
animation programmers
sound.
and tech artists and everybody came together, and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it. So it's going on between
See,
all the different
Sean
options. Now,
Tracy
I'm gonna
makes
start
me
making some
nervous
changes here
whenever he's
right
on
away.
stage.
So I want to widen up the
Because
nose.
anytime he talks about
You can see that
something,
it's all very intuitive. It's
we
fast to use.
the stuff that he
I'm gonna
talks
make the
about,
lips a little bit
we
bigger
don't
here.
never get.
There we go, something like that. I think that looks pretty good. I'm gonna adjust the brow here, maybe make a little bit of a heavier brow. Now we can adjust the eye shape, we can go more almond eyes, we can go more oval, we can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here. So here, we're starting to look pretty good. I wanna give him a little bit more of a hero chin. There we go. I'm liking that. Yes. That's cool. All right. So, not to spend too much time on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone. So, finally, you're not just selecting a preset skin tone. You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table. And this is melanin and hemoglobin at the same time. So at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider. So instead of the whole head sort of selection, we can go between all the different textures. Now, like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have 30 of these for one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking, what am I liking? Oh, I like, yeah, I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like. Something like that. That's cool. All right, so the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles.
Now that's dope.
So here I'm just blending in and I'm blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've cranked it all the way to the top just so you guys can see it. But for my character here, I'm gonna keep it kind of subtle, like this, but quite a few of them. Something like that. We've also got sunspots. Now this is, you know, a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys. Whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now, I'm gonna give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB chart of what you want to select. So if you want to have bright green eyes, if you want to have hazel eyes, if you want to have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes, this is all very, very nice. So again, we can go with deep browns. We can go with sort of a steely blue, which I'm kind of digging for this skin tone. I quite like that look. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors. Don't you worry. All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular body type. So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles.
What you think, Tribunal? Talk to me, brother.
So I'm just gonna pick a couple different ones. There's a reality for some of us, and another reality for another one of us. There it is. That's what I want my reality to be here. Something like this. I'm digging the mohawk though for this one. He's got a bit of a Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah, I pity the fool. All right.
He did.
So it might go without saying that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full beard, you can select a full beard. If you want just mutton chops, you got your mutton
My
chops.
man.
You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar. All right. So we've got all the different beard types that you could want, and we're going to add as many as you guys really want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for this guy. Yeah, I'm digging the full beard for this guy. Even further to that, we've got eyebrow selection, which is, I mean, you could go with no eyebrows. That's a very real.
Yes.
You could have bushy ones.
Very good for
have
your
a little
machinima,
bit
man.
more, normal, kind of straightforward ones. But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's discussion that we've got the hair dye as well. So with the hair dye, you can affect all the hair at once, and right now I've got all selected, so I can go through the gamut of all the different hair melanin that you can set. So here I'm just going to darken it up a little bit, and if I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself, setting a dye color here, something like that. But in the end, I'm really digging the jet black on this particular one. So I'm going to frost these tips a little bit. I think that's going to look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here, turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right about here.
That is amazing. Round of applause for that one.
He looks a lot different than how that started, and I think that's actually pretty fun. Now, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself as a character. So once you're done, you've got to sign off a personal declaration that the physical appearances that the calliope process has allegedly caused are okay with you. So let's go to our next body type. All right. So I'm going to go to town here real fast, right away. And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're going to get there. Let's make some changes here. Going to adjust the bridge of the nose, maybe a little bit of the cheekbones here. That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go back here, something like that. And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller here, and I'm gonna lengthen that chin.
She got Sheehan blood in her.
So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a lot of time doing this. And I don't really like the brows. I like a little bit softer of a brow for this particular character. And that's looking pretty good to me, actually. So next, just like we did before, we go into features. We can do the skin tone. I'm gonna select a certain texture here, just because we gotta get going on time here. Let's go. Something around here is looking pretty good to me. Cool. All right, we go into the complexion the same way that we did before. So we start with the freckles.
You can even see the pores in the skin.
Like a real freckled appearance on this particular character. And I'm gonna turn down the sunspots. So we move forward to the eye color again. Ooh, I'm really digging the green. Yeah, I like the green kind of look. And we get to the makeup. Now, this is where I wanted to spend more time. Now, I'm arguably not very good at this, but I will do my absolute best to show you guys how you can use it. So first is the eyeliner. So the eyeliner, we can do any color. You can go as crazy or as chill as you want to go with this. But for this,
women do not do color eyeliner. That is a no-no.
Sort of fuchsias and purples. Here, we're doing the inner lid eyeshadow, and that I'm kind of keeping the same theme, I think. Yeah, and we're gonna do the same thing with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we can go as crazy.
No, dude, no.
Or as calm as you want.
Yeah, he's not good at this at all.
So, what I've had good success in doing is kind of having it cranked, and then I just
made it look like a clown.
Of a natural blend, something to this effect here. Next is the lips. We can do the exact same stuff on the lips. Now what we have is a whole bunch of different makeup masks, and you've got 3 different channels within those masks, so basically 3 different colors that are affecting different areas of it. Now for the lips, we can go with the same sort of theme if we wanted, and I think I'm actually kind of digging that. And let's go on the lip liner, a little darker. And then lips are a lot more glossy, so we can increase the gloss there, so that looks a little more like a lip gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next, I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think we're good. I have no business doing
I?
that, that's for sure. Same thing on the hair. Again, we've got a whole bunch of different hairstyles. These will all be shared between the 2 body types, but for this particular demo, we've got the ponytail, we've got the slick back kind of look. Yeah, I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet. Ah, yes, yes, now we're talking. All right, so cool. Now, again, we're fully inclusive here, guys. So if you want facial hair on any body type, you got facial hair on any body type. That is up to you guys. So on the eyebrows, I'm just going to leave them because we can't really see them anyways. But for the hair, I really like dyeing this hair a certain color, sort of, you know, something in the darker range. I'm going to turn that down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool. I'm going to turn up the dye, though, and I'm going to try to carry my same theme forward here. There we go. And then I'm going to give it a bit of a fall off, as we can do, so it's just on the tips there. So let's see that in action. Yeah. All right. So now, you know, at first, we weren't sure about that character.
When
right?
it's in game,
end,
yes, I agree. When it's in game.
So you go to a review, sign off your declaration again, and head to game. So, you know, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount of work from tech art, engineering, designers, and specifically the squadron feature team that has done all
Aren't
this
we
work.
in quarter
And one
4
of the cool
of this
things
year?
to note is that
We're
we
in
use
October.
this now internally as a tool.
October,
That's why it's me
November,
up here
December.
demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads,
Oh.
for creating all the NPCs in the verse.
December,
Because as
December
Chris put it one
31st,
time,
huh?
he doesn't want his
Gotcha.
NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
Well, this presentation was definitely boring, but
It works. All right, we're behind on schedule.
we
So
gotta
let's
give a
welcome the
round of
first
applause for
crew.
Jared.
Take it away. I'll be here. I'm busy.
Oh man. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, hold up.
So
We're
much
not
fun.
taking a break.
Thank you all. But my name is Jens. I'm here from Manchester. I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to play traversal. So we're going to start in 0G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up.
Breathe, dude. Make sure you
First
breathe,
thing
man.
see is that we've made the exit from gravity less disorientating.
Yeah.
Oh,
Come on,
big
Tribunal.
we made it.
Hey,
All right, so we made
Tribunal.
re-entry much more forgiving.
Thank you
So
for
this,
not
EVA has a
ragdolling
new
all over the
lateral
damn
pose, and
place.
this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to
Tribunal, you was reacting to what Jared was doing on the floor with the
See
ball.
that in this video here?
Jared is crazy. Oh.
Okay, and
Grabby
then
hands.
we're gonna jump up.
Grabby
Okay, here we
hands,
go.
gentlemen.
Into that, and this smaller profile let's get into spaces we couldn't get into before, or not easily with the old EVA. We're going to traverse through here, thread the needle, and also the collision is much more forgiving. We're going to slide off at slower speeds, so we're not going to be spinning away.
Let's go.
Okay, big reveal. Love this
Big
station.
reveal.
This is amazing. And we're also adding grips, so in interiors, you might be able to hold on to grips to do interactions and walk between the grips to get better control. Now,
so much for that. That's all you get.
So now prone
That's all you get.
has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But taking these EVA posing solutions we saw, we can now rotate around the camera without any lateral translation. So we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better. We're also not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore, right? We're not going to get pushed around. Of course, prone isn't all about looking around. We want to traverse as well. So we're going to head down this vent. And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this. We're going to be able to push around the corners. We're going to go around tight bends. And we're going to be able to reliably go up and down slopes. And this is what
man.
So we then took
This is going
and
to add to the stealth gameplay, sense of danger.
But if I did,
Anxiety is going to rise.
Exact same place. And by having these motion sets so similar, we can exchange success between them. And that could then be done to other horizontal sets, like prone light sets, for example, like the water world showed it yesterday. We might be able to take you swimming there one day. So, okay, we're gonna move
swimming? Did I hear swimming?
Vertical. So with ladders, we put in some new subtle and significant improvements. So we got midpoint markups that lets you enter the ladder at anywhere. We're gonna let you look around so you can do 360s. We're gonna let you lean on the ladders so that you can avoid obstacles or peek around corners. And this all got a full new animation set. It looks amazing, especially with all this beautiful star cloth. You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It looks amazing. Okay, so with combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounters. So what we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon out. We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we got more things like this to come. Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So sliding. So with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed. This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting, so that's going to cost you stamina. You're sliding, that's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this, my heart rate is just pumping, 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 right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide your whole way from the hubs to the spaceport. Okay, so another thing that is really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked. So if I was to slide from one end of the stage to the other, I would be sliding this way, but I'd be looking this way, right? And look at you guys, hey. But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean. I could go back to sprint right away. So I could do back-to-back slides, like we saw in the last video. Okay, so moving beyond traversal, just to finish this section, I want to talk about new hazard. Now, you saw this yesterday in the UI demo. I lost my phone. Bone? Press the button. That's it. Okay, radiation, right. So radiation, for that, it's a new addition to this active status system. And we need to look at the bottom left here. So in the middle, you got the amount of radiation that being pushed on your body. If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind
It doesn't, but
here,
you know,
I can completely cut off all
it's
the radiation.
video game radiation.
And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And you know the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here, and my health just deteriorates super quick. So yeah, that's not great. Okay, so we're gonna see some more radiation in the next section. So I would like to welcome Inesh up on
Radiation.
the stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
Dedicated radiation suits will alleviate that.
Why are we showing that? Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Inês and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about, thank you. I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world. So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world. We have
the new interaction prompts, rework. Thank you. Don't want to read a paragraph to select shit.
Combining with scanning will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects in the scene. So we have improved the algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene. So the prompts will show you the active interaction and the key bind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over, and to select using the inner thoughts. So we're removing that. So what happens if an object has more than one interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply hold F, and dice will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is our new interaction wheel. It will be focusing on the item. And you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon. So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call in the default item actions. So this is allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are
No, I don't want to have a menu to pick something up.
So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action. Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And you know, I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting with, but any item that falls into the same category.
But what, okay.
Go next. Okay, so I've shown you some features that improve. Thank you. So I've shown you features that improve the readability and easiness of interacting with the objects in the world. But the other part of our focus was to bridge the disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the object.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Somebody had asked about this. Somebody asked about this. The ability to, it was a Great Dane. He had asked about this.
At the same time, minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action.
There you go,
And
Great Dane.
Pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun.
This engine is turning out to be really good. Yeah, baby, let's go.
Okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers, that designers could build these really interactive experiences but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player will be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look at a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve.
I'm so excited.
The player has to go forward but can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing specific inputs, you will be driving the system. But this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers.
Come on, Tribunal, bro. You quiet, man.
They want to bring to you. So let's finally turn off that valve. Rush over before that broken valve starts turning off, and then see another small example. Let's go. So yeah, we'll see another small
Talk to me, Tribunal, bro.
Be able to open the door by
quiet, man.
But you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open it. So you'll have to
wait. Did you see that scan he just did?
So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with these objects. We had really nice results for Squadron, for the mess hall line. And,
that was a feature that I missed yesterday, huh?
Will create and bring up to your hands.
Okay.
Okay, let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to interact and get a good view of these ones. So we made a small little changes to make it easier for you.
Yeah, man, I'm taking in all the information as well.
Will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively chooses to leave. So let's take a look at this in action.
Facts, bro. You old school. Hey, they got the Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater coming.
Yeah, so this is a very small quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with its kiosks. And finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting space favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works.
Yes.
Go over to
That gun sound.
So you see the player loadout is on items are on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can hover, if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press. Yeah, it'll be so much easier. So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target. You can drop anything, store anything, just really quick actions. And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout and get rid of any empty magazines. So yeah, looking really good.
That is amazing.
Really
that deserves a round of applause again.
That's all for me, so thank you so much for listening. And I hope you have a great time.
I know the round of applause that I give is on top of the actual round of applause that's in the stream, but
For those who
I
cannot
don't care.
my name is Jens.
I am
Now,
super
I'm
happy.
going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay, and I'm going to give you an update on weaponware.
Yeah.
Right, so takedowns is an important part
You
of
damn
our
right, I'm here.
stealth encounters. So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So it's going to move you through different action sets.
Oh, get him! Get him!
Start off by struggling. You might fail.
Oh, he fought back.
Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the
So you could. There's a skill check.
You're going to get faster the more you do it, and then you're going to reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it, and then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right? We're going to explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns, like sedative injection pens and contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him. So by using the environment, we can make we can do a more efficient takedown.
This is straight up Metal Gear Solid, man.
It looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, you know, sneak up on him and take him out. Okay, so in that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints, okay, let's take him down first. One more. Oh. Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over. We're going to cuff his hands. We're going to cuff his legs.
Let's go,
now, if
baby.
he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And that way it should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that stealth bubble. Now this is another thing we talked about in the UI demo, which is the ping. And we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to highlight a door pump.
Full on kidnapping.
We allow you now to charge up that ping. And by doing so, we can see further. And we can see through obstacles, and we can populate more information into our data bank that then shows up in our box outs here. So you get the name, and you maybe get
X-ray vision.
The faction, and you can use this information to figure out where is the weak link, which enemies can I take down without being discovered.
Oh man,
okay, so
I can't wait for this.
Means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going down. Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. so an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware. So here we're going to see a simulation of
Yeah,
a weapon getting
I'm
more and
loving the
more worn
stealth
over time.
capabilities of the game.
We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual
But
game,
how
this
are
will
they
be triggered
gonna
by weapon
do
range as
all
well.
of this
So
though?
the
I
more you
don't
fire
see
your
how
gun, the
this is
more worn it's going to
feasible.
get. And this is going to affect its efficiency, it's going to affect its reliability, and it's going to reduce its resale value. Each item is going to wear at its own rate and persist at its own rate. So you could have a worn rifle with a pristine scope or a pristine rifle with a worn scope. Check this one out. There you go.
This is definitely gonna be a massive update if this is coming in 4.0. I agree.
So the geometry isn't the only thing
But
they're
I
going to
don't
change
see.
as your weapon
But
wears.
how are they
So here we're
gonna
going to see a
integrate this
pristine
all? How is all of this
Gemini pistol
supposed to
in
work?
the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you, you know, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio as well. It's getting
You're right
louder.
about that.
Okay, on to some consequences. So it's not all visual, so we're going to start with misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video, you got... I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we've got to fix it. So it's telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button, Our enemy's firing on us. So you've got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun. You could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface ANS showed to grab a better gun. Okay.
I didn't even know that pistol shot that way.
Okay,
Now
I'm
I'ma buy it.
section with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt. And that's going to increase the rate at which it wears. So the dirtier your gun is, the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biomes
that's true.
Like frost. So let's take a look.
I'm a gun guy. I'm a gun collector. That's a true statement.
Or not. Okay, so yeah. So in the future, it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about the FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Zach Priest. I'm a senior FPS game designer. I'm here to share some of the new, interesting FPS things we have to bring you. So if you play modern shooters, you'll have noticed that the quality bar has gone through the roof in recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. As you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to. Because guns are violent in nature, and we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So, we made a new tool, and it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tribunal.
It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting
About
that oomph that you want. But you
I suppose when they remove the replication, it will be less stress on the surface. But I thought they're supposed to add the replication layer.
Bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression.
Yeah, and he said be able to clean your weapons.
It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation.
Yeah, it has a natural recoil, doesn't it?
So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one. And in general, it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways. Cool.
That's how a fully automatic weapon does in real life. It'll climb up.
Okay. Thank you very much. Cheers. We also have new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before it basically just do, move from pose to pose, but now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall it just feels like you've got an LMG, or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like, ease in and ease outs, and just give more life to the overall weapon. Oh. There we go. And we also have new iron sights. So sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail. They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more. So optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager, and you can see this on the Custodian. Now, weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recoil tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great. But while we were looking at our weapons, we also realized that some things don't necessarily, align with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like a Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall, it's rule of cool. That's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets. Cool. Cool. Thank you very much. Right, and moving on to our new Vault weapons. So, it's the other video. That's the optic one. There you go. Thank you. These are the Vault weapons. So Vault is primarily based around controlling the heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you'll be unable to fire. And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like you see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and keep it in that ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvements. Now this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one. So
I know.
So to get if anyone plays a modern FPS, they know that optics are just gorgeous.
Jared is always in the way.
Fantastic. And as you can see, we have zoomed in optics in the center. So and then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life. And they look gorgeous.
Yeah.
And so in general, all our sights and scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pincushion distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, or using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. Right. Thank you.
Wow. Nice.
Cool. And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit. But as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns
Love to hear that, brother.
We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy.
Mm-hmm. Whoo! FS9.
Fantastic. I think all of California heard us there. So, backpack reloading. In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. We want to simulate that in our game. So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So, if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation.
Huh.
You will also be able to tell when you have a backpack reloading because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching off. You have all the information you need. And this has been shown, and it's been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshair, well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses. So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor. As you can see, it works with recoil, and overall, it just looks gorgeous. Cheers.
Yes, yes, yes.
And on to more data things. We're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the menu in here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly.
Tribunal, man.
And I'm really happy for you guys. Well,
we are in for a treat, brother. But we just need to find out when they bring it into the game. That's all we want to know.
This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them where it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully.
And then
and we're also working some other
new laser weapon.
Changes.
That's man.
I'm very happy
that right
to say
there.
A lot of this
that's
work
fire.
Dialed in for Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon. Now over to the AI director Fran to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the AI director in CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So, what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS Encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence the behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another.
Yes, that is the Bengal carrier.
Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space, or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain presentation during the CTG demo, we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos.
Infinite
For
ammo.
others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer just a bit longer.
So he's talking about NPC traits, right? Of the different characteristics of NPCs that you may come across.
So this offers interesting opportunities for players, because they can now shoot at them while they reload or where they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload. Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick of a box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses, so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle.
So you can give traits to your crew.
So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry obviously med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to
Are they alluding to the fact that you can have NPCs with you?
Yep.
It only sounds
Probably
that
for
way.
Squadron 42 though, to be honest.
And as Jens showed you, players now can just
Yeah,
not
but that's
only
all
kill
stuff that's
enemies,
being
because
done to
before
put
our
forward over to the
NPCs would
PU.
just die.
Yeah.
But now you can take them down, you can restrain them.
It'd be really cool if you could
So
have
the
an NPC crew
perception
with
is
you
to carry
in the
all
PU.
this information about the
Because
different
solo
active
players need
states.
that
So
kind
it needs
of
to know if he's
balance.
down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, you know, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate. And obviously, he needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore.
Nice.
So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos the NPC carrying their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have.
But y'all had infinite ammo as a trait, though.
Out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. An NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that. Also already in Pyro you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can
I didn't like
to their
in
side
Pyro
arms.
you
The
might
side arms
see it.
Obviously compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you
Another
might
guy on the
be
right.
able to
Why is
loot,
he not
but you will
shooting?
not find ammos after that.
There we go. Took him a while.
But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment.
No.
So grenades are great
I hate
tools,
grenades in
especially
video
when,
games.
An NPC needs to counter a player
Especially
that is
with other
camping,
players.
or a player that is hiding or
I
saying a
pressed the
location
wrong
that the
button.
NPC
My
cannot
bad.
reach. So grenades force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs needs to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier, and the navigation volume modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment.
We're standing right next to it.
So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Good. Very good.
Right, I want to thank Inesh, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today.
I know this presentation isn't over.
With relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
That I like very much. Why is he not sliding?
Yes, it was Tribunal, man. He got them magazines quick. All right, watch the backpack loading. Let's see if they incorporate that.
Lucky his health doesn't go below 40%.
It is right now.
Oh, what's that at now?
It's like 29, I think.
It's lucky his health doesn't go below 29%.
Keeps healing.
Oh, okay.
I like how Boucher changed the number. He said 40, he said 29.
Yep.
You have to heal again. He's on 26. Yep. Yep. Looks like it.
Oh, that P6 sounded so cool.
That sounds really nice. It might be a different kind of healing one, whole armor, because if you look, you see it's giving them pain meds as well. Because there's a green one in the there's a green one in the game now, but I've never used it. I always use the red one.
Right. Thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
Is it break time now? Man, needs a bathroom. Fuck off, Jared.
Keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started. Boop.
This is probably the bit I'm most interested in, actually.
Oh, man needs to use the bathroom, but they're doing good stuff today. Again.
Do what I did.
Go now.
Take your phone with you.
Is my mic on? Okay. Can you hear me?
Go now.
Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello everyone. My name is Yogi
If you skip washing your hands,
I'm a
you'll be
principal
faster.
vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium
That's
Games,
disgusting.
and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance.
Okay.
There's a good chance for bugs, which, well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing
That's what we've been doing for 9 years. Come on.
Flying myself today, it will be.
Oh, that's what you guys have been doing for 9 years.
He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using head tracking and not using head tracking.
Man, I need to get my Toby working again.
Yes. So
I miss my Toby with
but
flying.
The good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off. It starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Calderas, who will walk us through that process.
Is this working? Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game, and we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and. Okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship,
Come
but
on,
the moment
stream.
you take your seat at the cockpit.
It's all blurry.
So
come on,
to
catch
achieve
up.
this, we've created, when you enter
There
your
we
ship,
go.
you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be
This
showing
is
all
what
the
I
buttons,
wanted
so you can
for
easily find the
years.
ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot,
That is cool.
have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup
I can't
to
wait
the code.
to talk to Great Dane about this, because he went ranting and raving last night, the other night, on Discord about this. Yeah, I can't press, I want to be able to reach out and press
So
the
for
button.
example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But
There you go,
enough
Great
of me
Dane.
talking. Let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship while you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on.
Come on. Why is it blurry? Come on. There we go. See, I told you they use the Gladius for everything.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
It's Chris Roberts' favorite trip. He said it himself.
Wait, but that's the same animation from the very first showcase of Star Citizen where the player gets into
You'll be put
the Super Hornet.
on this relax pose with free look enabled, and you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brand, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open. Power our systems. Look at that.
Yes.
And finally, turn our engines.
There still is a power triangle.
Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships.
I don't know.
And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about
I think Cagnar goes to church. I think Cagnar take his family to church on Sundays. But I am loving the single button press.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony.
Interaction.
I'm a UI programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action?
Hell yeah, let's go. Come on.
Bone, play the demo.
No, it's
Bone, play the demo.
Bone, yes.
Okay, we're not going to get on Bone today.
It has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later. For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them.
Okay, that's going to be one hell of a confusing mess to figure out.
That's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know.
Game glass setup, gentlemen.
Even thus many shortcuts.
We might be needing that.
We now
persistently say you need it. I've been telling you for time.
So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Nice.
Been wanting that for years.
Yes.
Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting?
Oh,
for those of
yes!
you that you want to see even more information,
No,
you can cast versions of these MFDs.
Love it. Yes. Been needing that for sure.
That's not different. That was in Arena
Commander.
Commander.
To equip the appropriate helmet. So
We've needed it in the PU for
I can
ages.
get all this information. You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen,
I hate that word in this game. Placeholder. Oh, I can't stand seeing it.
With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. They've needed to redesign the
our ship is
MFDs.
fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out. Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions.
Yes.
I want them off immediately.
Make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also add rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So we now boost forwards, we now added camera shake, we added
Jesus
changes. And this
you don't like that, huh?
with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should
I
now
mean,
feel a little
don't
bit
get me
more
wrong, it
reactive
looks
than
good,
before.
but when I'm actually flying a ship, I don't want
The
that. I
same
want to be
thing-
able to see what's
sorry.
going on.
At the same time, we reduce the extensions that that the look-ahead code is doing. So we basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with GeForce reaction, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want.
Yeah, that would be off for me as well. I hate that in a games like Elite Dangerous.
So you can turn this off, right?
I fucking hope so.
Okay, so
that's what you said. It's so toggable.
Another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tri-coding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tri-coding gives us a
I like the way the
mathematical
HUD
problem
forms
that we're
around
trying to
the
resolve. On some ships,
ship.
when you tri-code,
Yeah.
you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless. So we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think. But we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not
It's a
traversal.
bad token.
So
Hate that
combat,
word
mining,
too.
salvaging, using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with the ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not
So
spherical.
space combat is going to change completely.
If you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards.
Which is kind of cool actually, because space combat before has been
because it discourages
it's very
backstrafing.
easy
It
to
actually
engage and disengage.
punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting.
Yeah, but it ain't up for you to think it's exciting. It's for us to tell you what we want.
In short, you pick
I think it's going to be
when you
an
need to
interesting
fight,
change.
when you
That's
want
for
to
sure.
fight, or when you need to fight.
I just don't like when they try to
The thing
tell
with
us
the
what's
master
fun.
mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional. But you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second.
I don't agree with your countermeasures being locked out. You should still be able to use your countermeasures.
Oh, I agree with
This
that.
means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute. So,
wait, so how do
that's
you?
the nav point that you see there on screen.
How do you intercept
this is the,
people then?
Point where I want to go to in quantum travel 2.
So if you are intercepting a ship that's just as quick as you are,
what this is about.
if you're switching between modes, you slow down. I'm guessing you slow down fairly quick in an atmosphere. So basically, any ship that's running away already is gone.
And you're teleported
unless you get in front of them somewhere.
That spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized.
Here we go.
Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you are actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, and so this is the time until you actually reached your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that.
Element of failure.
And take your hands off.
Yeah. Whoa.
Elite Dangerous.
Yeah.
This is Elite Dangerous.
No, you have to keep on.
Yeah, you have to keep in the line as well.
Gotta keep on the path.
That was fire.
Yeah.
Round of applause for that.
What you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brett wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So, and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again.
It does now.
Take care of your quantum drive. You want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one,
hey, I got me some XL1s, baby.
But it might be harder. Okay, so Brent, show us how it's done properly.
Show us how it's done properly.
It takes a while to actually enter quantum travel now too. Look at that.
Yeah, but I like that.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's no different. What you're missing is the little spool up. That's all you're missing. Oh, what happened to the stream?
I tell you what, from what I've seen thus far in both presentations, this is a totally different Star Citizen.
Yeah. So you lock the bubble, so after a while you get locked in and that's it, you're good with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Very nice.
Get on down,
here's the second
baby.
variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere, or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of hundred kilometers
Quantum boosting
like
is
1,000 kilometers or so.
Okay, let's see what he does now.
When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, well, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, oh, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Great.
That was from the beginning, from the PU. We was able to quantum travel anywhere.
Awesome. Okay, so now please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's a nav point and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that nav point to go to.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to Pyro 3.
Oh, what the fuck?
What is all that?
As you can see, there's
Enemy
a lot
markers.
of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI.
Gladius.
And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest
Drake
voice at
Buccaneer.
CIG. Well, please welcome
Buccaneer.
Diego Marty Mason.
You don't understand the quantum boost.
Yeah, tribunal man. We in for a treat.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes?
Yes. Come on
Hi
with
everyone,
it.
as you said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am
Hey,
the AI
tribunal. Now we have to decide which one of us gonna
Over
be
the past
captain.
year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters.
Oh.
Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer.
Yeah,
we learned
so
a lot from our
perfect,
initial
basically.
prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics: strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are Jousters. Jousters consist of performing straying attacks whilst outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spiral-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the Chaser. Now, Bren is going to get there in a second, but the Chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers.
Is he in SCM at the moment? Is he? I know he's not, he's in navigation.
So the Chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the Chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constant listening to multiple events in parallel.
Tribunal.
Name a few: critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted.
I'm so happy.
There is also a shorter
I'm
version
so
of
proud of
disengage
them.
that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combinations with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ace traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Idris is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtests, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Interesting.
Thank you, Diego. Okay,
I mean, they make the flight mode looks pretty good, but I still don't know how I feel about it.
We're talking weapons.
Yeah, I'm on the fence at the moment. I want to get in game and try it.
Systems and squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the Singe cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were they were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the Singe cannon back, but we make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a nose I think, a close and laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gats ballistics. Gats cannons, size 3. With 1 push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons, and so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well,
players don't like to stay close.
Yeah, space is big.
Usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show. Which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target.
I didn't know that,
Tribune.
Tribune.
You aim at it. And then you...
Pray and pray.
What the... Okay, I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore, I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them, and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise.
That's cool.
And this is a very interesting... sorry, I said the completely wrong thing.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry.
Hey, my man, that's a man right there. He admitted, it's like, hey, hold up. I said the wrong thing. Hold up, I got it.
All the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam!
Whoa, that was quick.
Oh well. Okay, so...
Who's going? They're probably both.
That was
kill them all.
A thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals.
Yeah.
That means we're removing the M-1 system. That
They're removing non-gimbaled weapons.
the reason for that is
or gimbaled weapon.
the original intention
They're
of
removing
like
the
controlling
downgrade
the
you get.
performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So, next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are gonna have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons...
That's a hammerhead!
You get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Aries? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Aries owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. Okay. So
hey, we got a whole nother Star Citizen to learn here, gentlemen.
Yeah, we're going to be in fucking Arena Commander for ages learning this.
But we can't cripple it.
Or at the very least I am.
Are the turrets. The way are we going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent? Enable precision targeting mode? There we go.
Whoa, okay.
Oh my god.
I sent a message to Joe. He did not respond back.
You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision.
Okay.
And you get the painting
I might rerun my eye on an
where
Inferno.
you put the crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
You got VATS and Star Citizen.
Bam.
So now we can one turret down.
Destroy parts of a big ship.
Okay, so this hammerhead now understood that it's not good. That doesn't stand a chance right now.
Oh yeah, it's
but
fucking
this will
leaving.
Be the way
It's gone.
how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And you're gonna look at Pyro 3. Okay,
yeah, I'm gonna be in this for ages, figuring out how to use the gimbals properly and how to use precise aiming.
Yeah,
so this is also called Bloom.
We got learning to do.
It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere.
Now you know how much I like to fly ships. This is
yeah, it looks that way, Tribunal. You could be a dead man in a turret.
Yeah, no, those things.
I said gameplay demo might have bugs.
You matter of fact, Tribunal, I don't want to be captain. I want you to be the captain.
Okay. Can we go there now? Okay. Yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do not like they do like the vacuum of space. We're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like it. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question: what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view?
You got flaps now?
Can you waggle your tail?
Hey, nice.
You have more maneuverability.
Oh yeah, the flaps and rudders and elevators didn't move.
Okay, so what you see
do
is
they?
your aerodynamics model.
No, not
wow.
Because obviously our left
but what
stick
about
is
less aerodynamic
so,
ships now, like the Cutlass?
We can't be as fast as
There'll
we
be
want.
more or less
Actually,
aerodynamic.
Brent, can you try
They'll be flying bricks.
Instead?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't work. Oh.
See, this is why they need to do stuff like this in a Cutlass.
No, the stick is affecting us. Okay, anyways, we're gonna go down as far as possible.
We do need escape pod functionality, but in order for us to have escape pod functionality, we need
control surfaces to actually
the time to kill and to destroy adjusted.
Yeah, we need a much higher time to kill on large ships.
Yep.
For the engineering to be worth you doing in the escape pods and such like that.
Left and right. You will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to your left left and right. So what Brand can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change.
Oh, it actually flies like a plane. That's so cool. Hell yeah, man.
Okay,
so you can't turn and
just for
burn
this
an
demo,
atmosphere?
we added a button. The button
Are we
is
gonna have
called
to do like a
thrust to
J
disconnect.
maneuver?
Because
maybe with certain
at the
ships
moment
you
in
can,
the PU,
because
when
the
you
Gladius is very
go for a planet, you're
aerodynamic,
using the
so
thrusters
other
to
ships maybe
rotate.
not.
We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall.
Thruster
The
disconnect.
stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases, or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here.
Yes.
Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind.
And you can glide.
And once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
Hey, round of applause for that.
Also, I have to say, look how beautiful those mountains
Yes. Yes.
Like, I don't know, like drop ships out
And
of
the
orbit
clouds,
see
the
how
whole
fast they glide.
atmosphere.
This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now?
I'm loving the
To come to a stop
marker.
with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now. And then the thrusters will kick in and catch you. That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again.
Very cool.
So you can't hover now? It's impossible?
Can, but you can't do it for as long, and you can't
Okay, so now Brent,
go as
now
fast.
show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here?
But
that's our point, okay.
But imagine places with like Clio, well, I mean Selin, with like almost no atmospheres. Like you basically control like space.
Here you go, Oren. This is your gameplay right here.
This is my gameplay.
Yeah, just be careful of the wind,
There's a landing point.
Fair enough.
Can become a little bit slower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here.
Intentional stall.
Was he there?
Huh?
Whoa, look at this.
Oh, okay, cool. Go off.
Oh, okay. I thought he was getting.
The water's great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a. So now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle.
So, are they going to extend all of these planetary updates and water and stuff to Stanton, to those planets?
Oh yeah, of course.
There's already water on something.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a single river on Microtech.
On more planets.
Yeah,
there's oceans.
Oh yeah, that's right. Y'all did tell me that. My
The best way
bad.
to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface.
Okay.
Fair enough.
And clunk.
Plunk. That's not the sound we want.
And now you're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions. Engines are first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed
I'm
before.
not taking any calls today.
And the canopy off. No, open. not
Hold
off.
on.
Don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship. And probably go for a
I was
swim.
still keybinds for all of this.
It takes a lot more time and effort and precision.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a bit
to
of a
land,
buggy
to
bumpy ride,
maneuver.
but thank you for taking
Oh,
the
strange
time with
pause.
us.
Is that for anyone else? Oh no, it's back. That's my Wi-Fi. All right. Well, this is definitely going to be interesting.
And we'll see you in the verse.
I think
Thank
it'd
you.
be good for change.
I mean, ships are going to be completely different now.
Thank you so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45, so get yourself some food.
2:45.
Is it break time?
Stretch your legs,
Yep.
and then be back
Yes,
in Hall A
sweet
when we
bathroom
come back,
time.
because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45, everybody. Take care.
Alright, shit, I'm running.
Yep.
When's 2:45, whole armor? Like, what time is it for you now?
It's 1:52 p.m.
Alright, cool. We got about 45
55 minutes.
55. Same thing. Shush.
Alright, I'm going to use really quickly. I shall return.
Yep. I will be back as well.
Drink time as well, I think.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright, I'll be back.
Well, well, well. There you have it, folks. Apart from the hair and the facial customization and character customization, that part was a little boring, but everything else, man, fire. I am definitely liking and definitely loving the what I'm seeing so far with the combat system, with the first person shooter system, with the looting capabilities. Oh man, it's so much. I'm gonna have to come back and watch all of this stuff, but I am super happy about all the quality of life changes coming to the game, all of the new features, the new planetary tech, the new flight model, the new first person shooter, the new weapons, the way that they shoot, how they sound, things of that nature, the new clothing dynamics and how the cloth interacts with the player, the EVA flying through space like Superman. That's some exciting stuff, and being able to roll around on the ground with your weapon and not have to worry about clipping into anything or falling through the floor or falling through the planet or anything like that, where you could be really stealth and tactical in your approach and on how you infiltrate or exfiltrate certain areas. And I'm really super excited about the stealth gameplay. Oh man, I love stealth gameplay. I'm a soldier. I'm a former soldier, 1st Infantry Division. So we had to do a lot of stealth and also guerrilla, not guerrilla warfare, but urban warfare. And this just in, I'm getting messages from Joe. He's just sent me a message. He said, "It's so beautiful." I'm gonna cry, bro. Yeah, man. I am so happy about what I see. Oh man. It's good to see that Joe he got the stamp of approval. He approves of the what he sees. I definitely approve of what I see, but the thing is, when are we getting this stuff? You know, they said that the character customization is coming online. See, this is the reason why we were so upset, is because they wasn't showing us nothing. They wasn't telling us jack crap. We was getting leaks, but I'm pretty sure that these was leaks that they wanted us to have, right? And all of the stuff that we're seeing in the presentation, we didn't get a chance to see none of that during the leaks. None of it. They leak like ships. They'll leak a little bit here and there, but it's not enough to put two and two together to come up with a solid picture. They've been having this in the cut for a long time. So this is what my theory is, and I could be wrong, is they purposefully did their patch progression, putting little things in there, keeping us involved little by little, you know, allowing us to spend our money to make and them to make money, which is fair, which is definitely fair. This is their business model. We choose to open up our wallets and give our money. Just to call it for what it is, just to be real with you. But we was wondering, like, what's taking them so long to do this, and this? Well, they were doing this, and this in the background, so that come CitizenCon, we can, here it is. This is what we've been doing. This is what we've been working on. Because in the future, in the past, we were always was told what they're going to be working on, right? This time they did a little switcheroo and said, hey, this is what we was working on. Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. And then saying, okay, this is the foundation, the new foundation that we got in the new Star engine. Going forward, these are the patches we're getting ready to roll out. These are the patches we're getting ready to roll out. And they had already confirmed that they completely purged out the old legacy code. They completely purged out the old Cry engine. And now it's a fully fledged Star engine built from the ground up that does exactly what they wanted to do. And now they just have to, I'm just trying to figure out, how are they gonna put all the pieces together? How are they gonna do this? Now, I'm not saying, by me asking that question, I'm not saying that they can't put it all together. It's just that I don't understand how they can put it all together. You know, I'm bound by the limitations of my ignorance, but I still got this mindset of like, yeah, it looks good, but can you pull it off? I don't think you can pull it off, you know. And I'm just, you know, we're ruined. I'm ruined. I am. But at the same time, I am super excited and happy and eager. Now I am reinvigorated for Star Citizen to stick around to see how deep this rabbit hole is gonna go. You know, with the abilities to have the new planets, the ability to have the planet techs and star systems to be rapidly developed. Who knows? Once they can get the pyro system working, who knows? They could probably drop another star system once every year. or maybe 2 every year to speed up the process because people are getting old. I was watching it in the audience during the Citizen Con there. There's some older people up in there. So they gotta hurry up. And plus Chris Roberts ain't getting any younger. So yeah, man, this is nothing short but amazing. I got some ship commercials playing in the background. This is fire. Hey, get down with me, baby. Huh? Come on. Get down with me, baby. Hey. Get down with me, baby. Yeah. Huh? You damn right. Huh? We got us some Star Citizen coming, baby. That's right. That's right. Huh? We gonna get down and funky. This is time call for a celebration. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Yeah, man. Absolutely. I definitely yeah, man. It'll be really, really nice to see them pump out new planets and new star systems on a rapid pace like that, because that's gonna keep people interested. That's gonna keep people engaged, and super excited for it. I'm also super excited for the new water tech that they added into the game. That is awesome. just just to see if what the water would do. Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how deep the water is gonna go though. You think these gonna be true? Cause I would hate to walk out there in the middle of an ocean and the water is only waist deep. Hmm. Yeah. Well, in a game like this, and again, space combat, FPS combat, exploration, bounty hunt, even the bounty hunting, I forgot about that. Man, where you knock him out, roll him over, put the handcuffs on his hands and feet, and carry him up out of there. I was like, yes, because I wanted to be a bounty hunter starting off. That was my gameplay. That's what I wanted to do. Hunt them down, tag them, and bag them. Dead or alive, you coming with me. Yeah, man. Yeah, we gotta. Let me see. Let me get the music back playing here. Let me turn your voice up a little louder. Put you on 77. When the stream come back on, I'll turn everybody back down again. Cause my last stream I played y'all back, y'all was loud as hell. I was like, man, y'all mother effers talk too damn much. Nah, it was all good. I wasn't properly prepared. Cause what I was doing, I was fidgeting around with dual streaming with Restream, and I don't use it that much, so so I was fidgeting around with that, so that took a lot of my preparation time away. And plus, I was trying to find the damn live stream, because Oren, if it wasn't for Oren to come into the chat at the time he did to tell me where to go to get the live stream, I would have been at least like 30 minutes late. But he he told me where to go. So yep, that was real good timing. So I didn't get a chance to adjust all my volumes and my audios and stuff, but I got time now. So right now I'm playing some ship commercials and playing some non-copyrighted music in the background, so we can just sit back and take the time out to have discussion. Tribunal, you can go ahead and type your concerns, the things that you took away from the presentation. While y'all was gone, I was over here partying. I was jamming. I was getting down, baby. Can you dig it? You know what I mean? I was talking about, you know, the things that I really liked and enjoyed, and because they have the gameplay loops coming to the game where you can see how everything is streamlined and working together, and being able to sneak up on a person like, yeah, I got you, bitch. and put handcuffs on them. So now that makes the justification for me to purchase the Zeus ship, the Bounty Hunter variant. Yeah. They haven't showed us that, so that is yet to be determined. Yeah. Yeah. Right, right.
At least it must have been Squadron 2, right? That we saw in that demo.
Yeah.
No,
even though it was Squadron 42, it looked so good. It looked so good at the time. And
Tribunal says some good information has been coming out, and I hope everyone will realize large ships are not ideal to be solo. I agree with that. I was just discussing the same thing with Great Dane on the phone last night, the other night, and I was like, listen, it's getting real. It's getting to the point where we're not going to be able to solo these constellations, these corsairs, you know, or at the very least, barely the Cutlass Black, you know.
Yeah.
So I think this is the reason why they're making more ships like the C1 Spirits and the Zeus, because these are ships that you can easily solo. And you got the ship right here, the Nomad. And what other ships we could the Avenger, the Aurora, the Mustang, the 300 series ships. Yeah, well, see, you got a good deal, man. You lucked out, because you got the original price for the Banu Merchantman when it was first put on the website to begin with, right? Because the Banu Merchantman, if I wasn't mistaken, was $250 when it was for sale in concept. It was $250.
Yeah, I mean, how much is it now? At least over $1,000, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
You brought us looking in the wrong place.
Well, yeah, but yeah. on official channels.
I mean, technically it's not unofficial, but I get your meaning. So while the event was on, I was doing some bounty hunting with the F8. Oh my god!
You know what, gentlemen? I'm gonna be totally honest with you and then tell you exactly how I feel. This is the truth. After seeing this from yesterday and today, I don't want to play Star Citizen as it sits right now. Because just like I said the other day, it's like once you eat corn, right? You've been eating corn the same way, right? But until you have Mexican corn, follow what I'm talking about here, man. Listen to what I'm saying. You can't go back to eating regular corn. When they start adding the mayo, now I know a lot of people don't like mayo, but just hear me out. This is just an analogy. The paprika, the lime, the Parmesan cheese, and things of that nature to spice it up and give it that extra texture. That Mexican corn, man, it hits way different because there's so much added flavor and depth to the corn. And then you go back to eating your mama's corn. She just pull it out of the pot with the spoon and flap it down on your plate. You gonna eat that when you know you got Mexican corn right here?
Yeah, because I'm not fucking stupid. I'm gonna eat my mama's corn.
No. I'd be like, hey, I take mama's corn and I add it to the Mexican corn. I pick it up and pour it right in there with the Mexican corn and say, mama, this is how I'm gonna eat my corn from now on. I ain't going back to the regular. I'll eat your corn, but you gotta add this to it.
Then you know what? You're a braver man than me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But it's like, man, I don't want this Star Citizen. I want that Star Citizen.
Yeah, but you got a long way for that. You've already waited 15 years.
Well, what if they say, hey, we got Q4, which is October, November, December, and then January, February, and March to bring all of this into fruition, into the game, into the PU. Yeah. Hell, I'll even settle for I'll be happy October, November, December, then January through December of 2024 they have all of this incorporated. I will wait for that. For them to piecemeal it in, piece by piece, I will accept that. I will wait for that. You know.
Yeah, I get it. I'm quite happy to play in this current state.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of fun, isn't it?
Yep. Man is too hungry for that Mexican corn now, man. That's it.
I mean, everybody's fun is relative and subjective. You know, people find fun doing just playing it. You know, not to say, you know, but I ain't get a chance to taste the Mexican corn, but I could smell it. Then I could smell it. Estimates on the Zeus ships and consider it in white box already. I say April to November 2024. Yeah, I'm gonna get the Zeus, but I might get it near the time. Right. Yeah, I'm not getting I'm not spending my money on concept ships. I'll wait for when it comes available again during a ship sale or an Invictus week or something. Now, I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to jump a ramp and land right in the MSR like that. I want to do that. I want to try that one day. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This just in, gentlemen. Tribunal has just let us know that he is a current owner of 2 Zeus ships.
Of course he is.
Of course you are. Yeah. Of course you are.
I mean, I'm gonna get one. I'm just gonna wait until it comes out. I'm like, it's pointless me getting rid of a ship that I can use now. I suppose it all depends what the concept ship is as well. Because when you get a concept ship, normally they give you something in the background, don't they?
He said he melted a ship to get him.
Yeah, I was gonna melt my Taurus. I don't use a Taurus.
Yeah, I'd melt the C1 if I but thing is, yeah, later towards the date.
Damn. I don't even know what ship I can because the ships that I currently have, I want.
You melt any one of your LTI tokens.
You know what? Which one is the transport medium freight? Which one is the bounty hunting variant? The MR, right?
Yeah.
Combat interdiction.
I'm probably gonna get the MR. Either that or the exploration. I don't need cargo. I've got a whole sea. And a Corsair.
Standard upgrade.
Where's my fucking hangar bay?
You know what? The Cutlass Black has been good to me, but right now she's lacking.
She's getting old. You gotta put old Yeller down at some point.
Yeah, I gotta put old Yeller down.
I don't want to launch, I want to land.
Okay. Dang it. I need to see. Okay, my Cutlass Black has 120-month insurance on it. Y'all sure it's the MR? That's the bounty hunting variant?
Definitely, for sure.
You got the ES, which is exploration.
Uh-huh.
I think it was CL was the cargo one. MR is the bounty hunter, and apparently, according to Saint Tribunal saying last night, it's also an ST.
What?
Which is
ST?
racing.
SC leaks. So there's an ST version which is racing. Which is so confusing because what racing variant gives an extra turret?
Okay, so I can add. I got these ship manufacturer commercials playing on the live. Y'all, one of y'all be so kind to let me know whenever the stream come back
I've
up.
got the stream up on my screen, so I'll let you know.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh man, I have genuinely not been here in about a year, 2 years.
You should go back then.
I'm at New Babbage.
Oh.
I can't remember the last time I come to New Babbage.
I thought you were talking about CitizenCon.
I might go next year though.
No.
Maybe we should all go.
Oh yeah.
Make it an
I'm
org
not
event.
fucking funding it.
I would go. That'd be great.
Oh Lama, you gonna come?
What's there?
Make it an org event next year. We'll all rock up to CitizenCon.
Where's it gonna be held at?
Don't know, we'll find out next year near the time, eh?
Oh. Well, it depends on where it is. Cause I could have went to this one. I'm only a 4-hour drive from LA.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I thought it was held in Montreal.
Yeah. That's where one of the teams will come from.
Ah. I was say because Montreal's in Canada,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, that Jan's bloke, he's from Manchester. But he's not actually from Manchester, he's from Sweden obviously. Or somewhere in that region, but he's from the Manchester office.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna wait on this one here. Cause they're
I mean, whether you get in now or get in near the time, you're not gonna get any more or less.
yeah. I hope everyone is enjoying the music on the stream. Copyright free music.
It's good music.
Oh man, I I was up to about 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Joe. Joe was sending me messages. Oh yeah, this is what Joe sent me while y'all was going away getting y'all refreshments. He said it's so beautiful. He wants to cry.
Tell him we'll cry with him.
Alright.
One step ahead.
What, you already crying?
Yep. You just can't tell.
We have a growing number of people live streaming Star Citizen on Kick. We just don't have enough viewers. So please, gentlemen, in your spare time, whenever you get a chance, introduce people to Kick, because Kick, they're going after Twitch. They're going after Twitch. They have a solid planned future. They want to dominate over Twitch. They want Twitch out of there.
Well, I mean, Twitch needs to be knocked off its pedestal a little bit, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah. And then that's going to also cause a problem for YouTube as well. So we need good, solid competition, because Twitch and YouTube, they didn't want to compete with each other. They wanted to be in, sort of speak the same bed with each other. And Kick is like, no, we're not having that. We want competition. So let your friends know. Kick is a good streaming platform. It has, from when I've been over here at Kick live streaming, I met some very awesome people over here. Good, genuine people. I'm pretty sure that there's some, but the people that I met thus far have been super nice to me. They showed me love. They showed me support. I was down at like 40 something followers. I'm up to 57 because of their help, networking with me and welcoming me to the platform and showing me love. Every time I go to their live stream, they always shout my link out and let their followers know to follow me, and it's their choice, but I'm just glad that they're willing to do that. So Kick is a good place to be, in my opinion. And also those that are watching the stream on the playback, please go ahead, like, share, and subscribe if you like what you see, and stay tuned for any other videos that I may post in the future. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you can be notified. Yeah. Yes, another guy that streams Star Citizen on Kick on a regular basis is Scared Citizen. He's an older gentleman and does it. I follow him as well. And there's another guy that I follow. He's not currently in the list.
Over to the spaceport.
Let's see here. Watch battery is fully charged. Charge up the phone. Keep the phone going. Oh yeah, and also for those of you that don't know, I'm using Twitter for the very first time. I don't really use social media sites, but I am on Twitter. I'm still learning how to use Twitter, so I kind of like left thumbs over here with Twitter. But I'm on Twitter, and y'all can check me out over there if you also choose to desire. I don't even know where the Twitter app is on my phone. Oh, here it is.
X.
Oh wow, people are getting their names written out in the Xi'an language on
that is pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. See, now I want to know, with this new atmospheric flight mechanics, I want to know how certain ships will fly. Like
every
the Reclaimer, the was it Prowler? Anything that's not aerodynamic is going to be a serious pain.
Yes.
Or they're going to have like a completely different kind of flight system with where they rely on more what is it, thrusters types methods? Yeah.
Right. So that's why it's definitely good that we keep the Corsair, because they got wings.
Yep.
Too bad for you there, Tribunal.
My Corsair's going nowhere.
It says, Star Citizen Con, what happens when you try to carve out an experience beyond the safety of the UE? Mega corporations and other confines of the 30th century society. Find out when you tune into Live on the Edge up next from Citizen Con. Let's see here. Space Tomato had made a post. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, see, that's why I wish that when they showcase the flight model of ship, they always use the Gladius. Gladius. Why don't you use a flying brick like the mole or something, or yeah, like the reclaimer, something that's, or the constellation even. They always want to try to play it safe, to not want to maybe I don't know.
But to be honest, the new like ship stuff that was going on wasn't it wasn't like finished. We still had bugs in it and all. And maybe they just only tested with the Gladius. I just didn't want to do anything else, just in case.
Yeah, but I don't think that was the case. It makes sense. That's possible and plausible, but I don't think that was the case. I think that they just used the Gladius for every damn thing. But it could be possible that the flight model probably wasn't extended to all the rest of the ships, which is fair. But it would have been nice for them to have at least one dedicated single-seater ship and a multi-crew ship of sorts, like like the Cutlass Black or something, or even the A1, something.
Oh, the MSR would be a decent one.
Exactly, the MSR ship.
Or especially a Connie. I would really like to know how a Connie would fly in an atmosphere like that.
Right.
Because a Connie is very, very unique shape.
Yeah, whatever their reasonings are for doing it the way that they're doing it, I'm pretty sure that they're justified. I'm not arguing against that. I'm just saying it would have been nice. Be right back.
They should be coming back online soon. Anyone wants to get that get that last minute drink, get that toilet break in. Now's your chance.
I'm gonna make popcorn.
Hmm?
Did not just say popcorn.
He sounded like he said popcorn, but
He did say popcorn, and I'm really
Cool.
annoyed now.
Why? Because now you want popcorn.
I want popcorn.
Yeah.
Damn it, Oren.
You know what? I'm back in a minute. I'm getting the popcorn.
Damn it, Reaver.
Sweet or salty?
Fucking hell.
What y'all talking about?
Getting popcorn.
Nah.
Don't repeat it.
The caterpillar is going to be a very interesting one flying in atmosphere.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, like that is the definition of a flying brick.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's even got the color. So we got to know how that flies because it's not even central on its axis as well. All the engines and the main thrusters are at the back. So it's gonna fly so badly in an atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And all the weight is at the front.
Yeah.
Like there's gotta be thrusters that are dedicated on larger ships to being like powerful and keeping them in the air.
Yes.
Because there's no way those things are able to fly in an atmosphere or be aerodynamic at all.
Mm-mm.
Crunchy crunch time.
So yeah, so smaller aerodynamic ships have the trade-off of being able to fly quite easily in atmosphere, but can't hover. Whereas larger or just unaerodynamic ships have the trade-off of being able to maneuver easier, but not be able to reach the top speeds, maybe.
Right.
Which
They
is
can hover
probably yeah. They can hover and they can maneuver like they're in space still, but they don't have the speed. Which would be an interesting trade-off, probably. Oh, isn't that a badass scene?
Yeah, see how that 890 jump is so lumbering and it takes a while to get it up and moving. I suspect all your big ships to move that way in atmosphere where they have to raise up as high as they can to get to where the air is the most thinnest, then it can maneuver itself and propel itself.
I mean, finding a large ship in an atmosphere must be suicide for a large ship. As smaller ships will just be able to fly around it and outmaneuver it so much easier than they can now.
Yep.
I mean,
because
maybe
they don't
a
have
larger ship
wings
can,
for lift and drag. You know, they have to reliably on their thrusters and maneuvering thrusters and things of that nature to stay in the air. And that's going to require a lot of energy.
Yeah,
Mark
it's going to
Hamill.
require a serious amount of fire, of strength. And
Wait.
those thrusters are gonna have to be
This
extremely
just in. We getting some word from our news anchor Joe.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Hold on. He got some juicy information, gentlemen. But this information is not confirmed. He's saying this may be a rumor, but he has gotten word that Mark Hamill may be in the building. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm using.
As long as you can get on target. Yeah, ballistic cannons should probably be a good trade-off if you got a lot of weapons.
Yeah, well, I've got 4 badgers, 2 great swords, and two broadswords.
Cool.
So that's four laser repeaters and 4 ballistic cannons. Oh, it's back on.
It's back on.
Yeah, it's Beardy Boy talking now, so don't worry.
That has to be one of the quickest showers I've ever taken.
Okay. He's still yapping.
Yeah.
We'll let him yap.
See that guy just rock away.
Is that Bengal? Cool.
Nope, that's the Genesis Starliner.
Oh, okay.
That's also a Crusader ship that people been waiting on for a very long time. You know what? I want to hear what they have to say.
Support the game, but particularly of diversity. When Fast Cart and I first got this going, we talked about being able to bring African American, because we would go to the conventions and see 5 of us out of 600, but we knew we were out there. But ultimately, we decided to expand diversity into not only just being African American, but LGBTQ, straight, age. I'm 60. We have 20-year-olds in our group, male, female, and everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very supportive of the project.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. And so you guys are going for like the elder statesman. So that's fantastic to hear. What giveaways are you guys doing? I hear you guys are doing a really cool giveaway at the top of every hour. Is that correct?
At the top of every hour, if anyone comes to our table, if they're the first one to come here and they say what our table number is, one of our partners or our friends are the folks with Star Jump Station with Grim, Ender, and Starlet. They couldn't be here, but they donated these posters of their work of the Fleet Viewer. And so we have signed this for everyone. For all the members here have signed it. And
That's
if you come
cool.
here at the top of the hour,
Did
if
they
you're the
make
first
Fleet Viewer?
one, we will give you one of these signed posters specifically from Star Jump Station because we love them. They're a great group. And they've contributed so much to the community.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Soul Citizen, come check them out. Again, a safe space for gamers of any race, creed, nationality. You guys will find a home here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to move on now to Quantum. These guys are all about the medical gameplay.
Quantum.
These guys are, oh my goodness. I almost needed them for a second. That was disastrous. How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront.
What is these people in these medical gowns?
Medical gameplay.
Yeah.
Whatever gamers may be in need. You guys actually have a really interesting.
That's the default state of any Star Citizen player.
Even if they're not in
Yeah,
your
that's
server,
true.
if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
That guy's clearly just
the
woken
ape
up.
spot that we designed is to be in other people's discords. One quick, easy command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well as all of our partners through the Alliance Initiative Beacon System Bot, or ABES for short.
And say that one more time, just so everyone's clear. What is the name of that
Yeah,
bot?
because I didn't understand.
The Alliance Initiative Beacon System.
The APES bot. I love that. Where you can go ape for the APES bot. So what can we expect to see from Quantum in the future? What do you guys have next on the horizon as your guys' org is expanding ever greatly?
So every time we get any type of information, we always try to think about how it's going to affect us. Yesterday, we saw the fires on the ships and everything, and we already started talking about a fire rescue unit.
Firefighters in space is the coolest thing I think I can think of. Thank you guys, Quantum. You guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal so far, and we are going to end our last community booth segment for the day with Imperium. Now, when I say these guys have an amazing set piece that has wowed everyone at CIG, I mean it. Let's take a look at this
control.
amazing Bengal carrier. Like, guys, this is phenomenal. Let's see if we can get a good shot.
All right, let's get the music going back on here.
Oh, wow. Look
That
at
is nice. And the Orion underneath it. But they should have painted it. Why they didn't paint it?
God damn.
I want that. Give me now.
Ballistic cannons, Busha.
Wipe your mouths and put your tongue back in your mouths, gentlemen. Ain't that simple. All right. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get me some refreshments as well.
I get some popcorn.
Yeah.
God damn it. I'm gonna have to get some popcorn.
I already got me some. I don't have it. Oh, thank God. Why, so bland. This Jared has some hype with him. Look at him, he's already gaming.
Ha! They're not going to show us any footage of it. Oh, annoying. Wrong fucking person.
Oh, it's called checkmate.
Yeah. That's not a good sign. Oh, so it is multiplayer. It's LAN.
Yeah.
That's great.
Your own like this has no.
He even knows it.
Yeah.
This server has no internet. It's all connected.
It's still a LAN server, so it's still online. So that's good. Even if it is on a network. God damn it.
Can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep, there we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns and blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy, infiltration-y pathway if you wanted to, but also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we establish, so one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways of, or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location. And leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Yeah. Versus more open spaces, when you have, in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure, unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown stations that Anna will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye. You can explore these, find loot, or different routes to traverse through the station. Environment interactivity.
Hey, hold on.
You might have seen this in a previous presentation.
Rabuna was asked if you can adjust
the
audio
authoring them
on
ways
YouTube,
of
turn up a little bit.
Being able to change the state of rooms, to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock
the volume is turned up to the max.
All right.
What gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we're planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems in turn will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that it's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons, and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo.
This poor guy is trembling in his shoes
to
right
close
now.
this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content.
It's scary though, man, getting up in front of all these people.
Why you go to these
like,
locations
it's
in the
not
first place.
just in front of a room of people. This is being broadcast live over the internet to however many people watching it.
As much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on
The Legend of Bone.
that you have with the factions or the owners.
I couldn't do it.
And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with logistics hubs in the second portion. We're also looking into rates. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Hi, everybody.
Sweet or salt?
I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations.
Gotta be sweet, man.
Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech,
Blows
all
up
of those
popcorn with
features that we've
mine.
seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at SitCon in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in.
Mexican corn.
We'd worked on our library of
More
content to
ingredients,
the point where we could
more
make smaller
recipes,
locations
more
like this
flavors.
one, but with a limited amount of variety
See
between
that
each one.
massive fucking rocket
And this
launcher?
is what that library of modules
That's
looked
massive
like at
SAM
that
site.
point. We'd established our main building modules as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today. So,
that's impressive.
in order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not feel like exact clones of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that, we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. And I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair. It's about giving our artists and designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that. But that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say, show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game. Thank you. So, what flavors of Outpost did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype. And the archetypes themselves reflect that primary gameplay function of a settlement, but there's also a middle layer. Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay. And farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location, not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme.
What happened to Owen?
He might have just had to go.
Yeah, it's getting late, isn't it?
Is that Ash?
Cool, thank you.
It really does make it feel like Pyro's alive.
So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much
In
more
these scenes.
social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well.
Ooh. This feels like, that felt like something ripped straight out of Fallout. Sorry. Mm-hmm. I love these environments. Ooh.
So the Outlaw theme tells that story of these once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the Outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the Outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well, to further expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see at these new locations. We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a small ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. And I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the nearer future.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's great to see the difference. It's great to see like actual towns and villages instead of just outposts and
right and an underground bunker.
Exactly.
All right, guys, my name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's go to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
Oh, this theme tune at the start reminds me a lot of Oppenheimer's theme tune.
It's got that vibe to it, hasn't it?
It is a really good excuse to on shelve the Nox and the Drake hoverquad and all that stuff. The Dragonfly and the hoverquad. Hopefully.
Potentially, yeah. The forest moon of Endor.
It's nice to see these forests again.
That looks amazing. Yeah.
On an oil rig too. Damn.
Wow, oil rig out in the water.
That is cool. Oh, I'd love to see how they take these on ships and stuff.
Look at that.
Pretty cool, guys, eh?
Nice.
Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements in 2 categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots.
You C2 engine in the back there.
And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
That don't look like new system. That look like old system.
The old system. Just about to say that.
Yeah, see? The old UI up there. Yeah. No, don't be trying to fool us with that BS. Look what they doing.
Where's the new HUD then? That's disappointing to see, to be honest.
What are they doing? What are they trying to... This ain't new. Yeah, but you can't take your helmet off in here. Yeah, see? Oh, this is supposed to be like a new FPS location or something? I don't get it. I didn't understand what he said to begin with. Hey, Squirrel, you'll be able to catch up on the details, man. Don't worry. People gonna be talking about the details of what they seen today and yesterday for a long time.
I like the end. The end's awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay.
And
the
Tribunal,
all those locations will be
I
in
suggest you
this
get in on this
available in the
this
game.
YouTube content, man. Because this here is going to be the talk of town, Jack.
Thank you very much. I will let now Adam to show you more good stuff. Thank you.
Well done, mate. Hi, everyone. All right. So, welcome to Rust Stop Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations? Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah? It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xenothreat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
I'm not impressed by that at all. They keep showing us this space station over and over again.
It's gonna be home for a long while.
Is that what they saying, that they're trying to center some gameplay within this place?
I think this might just be one of them.
Remember, in Pyro, there's not that many places to, well, supposedly we
So
don't know
to create
yet,
a richer
but
experience
there's
from
not that
rundown
many places to
stations, we have
refuel.
3 key points.
And it's called
So
Checkpoint
increased
Station for a
reputation
reason.
gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers.
Is it checkpoint or checkmate? I think it's
basic
checkmate, right?
functions such as the hub
Checkmate,
clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas. These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
Oh, that door animation is cool.
Right, Squirrel. You know, just hearing pyro. Just hearing pyro, because it's lawless space. But you don't have to come here. But everyone know that you are, and I am too.
So at the same time, you can probably sneak into these stations behind the whoever owns its back and kind of steal stuff, or maybe steal fuel, kind of stuff like that. It should be quite interesting. Now this would be a fun station to play hide and seek on. We would never find Orin.
No one said we had to. Oren, go hide, and then we just run away.
Each station layout is unique.
Khan touched on reputation earlier. Let's see how that is applied to the stations.
Tribunal says, shoot the ping. You'll find Orin.
Affect gameplay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Reputation. So if you had good reputation, you could go straight through. This is no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver through the station. However, you got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point. But with a neutral reputation. So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you're going to have to find an alternate pathing.
They need to add more locks.
If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out
there, to the game,
I know some of you
more locks. What type of locks?
In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options.
Lock on doors or something?
Via other pathways might
be
talking about options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you could probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules in the station are broken up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define these spaces as secondary or tertiary routes, as opposed to the more official primary paths. Most modules are interconnected with vents and maintenance shafts. These reward the players with infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely.
Okay.
Useful for when your reputation with the owners will normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These server spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
How so? How so? How does this add to gameplay?
So you could potentially sabotage stations, maybe.
Ugh. Slimy but satisfying, I guess.
I haven't heard anyone quote The Lion King in
I didn't
years.
understand any
social
of
and
what they're
gameplay
showing.
space, as mentioned by Khan earlier. Another reputation gate can be found in the market. The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas. We plan to house mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
That is some cool sound design. Do we find like creatures back here?
I think this is where you come to die.
Mm-hmm. This could be cool though, because like Oars could set up like areas in these abandoned stations. Like genuinely, Orcs could take over these areas.
So we have entire
in some
abandoned
cases.
stations as separate
Like
locations.
stack a couple
On top of that, there are abandoned areas
refueling
within the
misc
rundown
ships out
stations,
there.
much like the ones you probably see in the demo.
And a couple other
There will be
things.
around
You've got a
15 of
piece.
these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few. We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges. With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations.
So cool.
With more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay.
That looks dope.
Lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
Hey, everybody. We are almost to the end of CitizenCon 2953. Can you believe it? 2 days? Pyro?
They won 3 days.
Star cloth? Star hair? Star citizen? All right, we've still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're going to need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good. Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
Oh,
what did he say? Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
Dito, Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out. Trying to make them.
Okay.
All right. So the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So it's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports. We're running their Fight and Flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man.
Where's the big thing that you didn't say about yesterday? Or have we already had it and we just don't realise?
You got 90
I
seconds
think we already
to tell
had it,
people
to be
about
honest.
who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at CitizenCon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors.
Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up.
What
Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players. And of course,
yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Event up on their Twitch channel, I presume. Yep. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down. All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend. And he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbrick, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
That's right. That's right, Dan. You don't have to sell out. You don't have to be a clown like Jared. That's good. That's right.
Keep walking. Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course, we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage, and close out the event proper. So this is a sign off for me. Thank you so much for being here at CitizenCon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible.
Get your punk ass off the stage. Destination Adventure.
Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure. My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in grey box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible. Each location supports multiple
We
landing
knew this
pads
was
and
coming.
hangars, making them accessible to as
It's a
many
cool place.
players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships. So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. Depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities.
Specialism.
So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area, and missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile
This is something
gameplay
to
that
look
we're
forward
thinking
to.
of
These are
is
gonna be cool.
hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and everyone's
But
favorite.
that's not UEE aligned though. That's espionage.
Industrial would be an
Yeah,
example
maybe
of a
that's.
minor faction.
I think these are just the missions that they give
So
out.
their
To be
distribution
honest.
centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping.
Yeah,
There would be a
these
security
distribution
presence
centers
here,
I think are
but it won't be
more
that as
giving out
strong
missions
as a
than anything
major
else.
faction. And missions
Yeah,
here
but they
would
wouldn't
be more
ask you to go
suited to friendly
assassinate
gameplay
anybody, would
loops, though we won't be
The
ruling
UAE
out
With
has
hostile
UAE?
missions like corporate espionage.
I mean, they tell you to.
I
They tell you to
guess.
kill
Some other friendly
terrorists and
gameplay
stuff like
types.
that. So why not?
Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location.
Plus, in Pyro,
that's
they're out on
enough
the
of me
fringes. They need all the help they can
talking
get.
about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
These distribution centers were really quite cool, to be honest. They look mightily impressive too.
People with ground vehicles ain't gonna do right. They're not gonna do right. They're gonna be out there trying to play bumper cars.
Oh yeah. It's good to see that they're trying to incorporate ground vehicles more though.
So will we be able to call our vehicles from these places?
I'd like to hope so, to be honest. At least ground vehicles. Or maybe there's even communal vehicles around. For loading cargo and such.
Thank you. So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level. And I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So, they're located above ground, just below the tower.
Go ahead,
highlighted
Tribunal.
in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars, and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships, and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area. Thank you. And as John mentioned, we're still in gray box space, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look.
These places look almost finished, to be honest. From how I was saying it so far.
They're looking pretty polished, aren't they?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And now let me welcome back.
Very
John on
nice.
stage.
Very
Continue the
nice.
Presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right.
Who's up next?
John's back.
Okay.
Team did a great job with that video. Okay, so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Khan mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping, focus, distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
If you'd watched that long enough, you'd realize he didn't land that ship properly.
Nope. Shame none of these guys can aim.
You noticing something?
What's that?
The old heads-up display.
Oh yeah. This is early game footage apparently though, so
yeah.
Maybe this has been done a while ago. Who knows? The hell is that thing? Oh.
I need to be one of them.
Yeah. It's like a hover cart. It's quite cool.
Oh yeah, they had announced those back in the first or the second CitizenCon.
The kitey back's good, but ours not been blown up yet.
Yeah, yeah.
So, as you saw in the video, the team took a more aggressive approach to getting inside.
I don't think those two mix.
Wanted, but this
or
isn't
whatever.
the only approach you can use. You know, multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids.
How easy it would be to
Missions
drive
will
up
have
in the
varying
ground vehicles.
objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video.
Oh, what happened to the sound? Is there sound? No sound?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I got your stream and the Twitch stream, and they're both silent.
I'm not hearing any audio either.
So,
okay.
Yes, thank you. Now, obviously, it was, you know, this location would be possible with several people at CIG, so Thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design. My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an Assistant Environment Art Director. So obviously, cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with. As you do more hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cold?
Dude need to rinse.
Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish? For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment. Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull sea, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you. For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for
Oh,
this.
yeah. Let's go.
I'd like to show you a short video to
Let's
demonstrate
go.
how
Let's
freight
go.
elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
Here it is. Wow. That's a lot of shit.
Yep, that's a stockpile of money. If you can get it to where you get it where it's going.
They need to give the caterpillar some love, man.
Problem is, with the hull, the caterpillars kind of become obsolete.
Yeah. We need to downgrade the hull's cargo capacity. I mean, not the hull, the C2's cargo capacity. Because it's faster than the caterpillar. Like, and more maneuverable. They need to downgrade or upgrade the caterpillar or and downgrade the C2 to balance it out. I would have thought.
Nice. And you go around with it.
That is nice to see.
So special. But wait, can freight elevators do more? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Yes. Yes.
No more going to another planet to get a vehicle. We can get our vehicles right here.
That is brilliant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on. When, though? When? All right. Park it. Access a storeway. It's up to you.
Yeah,
What will your freight elevator bring to you? Joy and happiness. What's that Al Green song? Love and happiness.
As you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself.
That is true.
Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want. This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system. The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar. You'll also be able to bring up ship components, so your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that.
Brilliant.
So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream.
I love that.
That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Give us some
And I will
fucking
pass you over
dates,
to
man.
Todd Pappy.
SitCon. Come on, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
I'm going full screen for this.
Is this
No, we'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah. I'll try and guess.
Wait a minute.
Not just yet.
This theater's a war. My man.
Oh, Holly, just chilling. All right. Microtech. Certain Force Microtech, right?
What they clapping for?
I just said land claim. Think about what that means.
Bases. Ooh, shit. No way they got bases in now. There's no fucking way they're that close with bases.
Man, this is the big fuck you just asked it to start with.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I don't believe it.
Nah, there's no chance. We're waiting at least 2 years for this.
Just give it a minute. Stop getting excited, alright?
That's what I'm saying. We're waiting at least 2 years.
Mining operations. Why do I feel that the applause is not real, that it's a part of the video?
Ask Joe, he's there, isn't he?
Where's your defenses?
Patient.
It's that hydroponics area. That's cool.
Remember, for this to work, it's gonna have to be in your own little blade.
Yeah.
Because people are gonna want to put it in, and there's thousands of people that play this game, and they're all gonna want the same fucking spot.
Yep.
Nope. Don't believe it.
The hydroponics area is cool.
What, you don't believe this? You don't believe you're gonna have your own little private area?
It's gonna take absolutely ages. I bet it's gonna take whole orgs to build these bases.
No. Clinic. A clinic.
You got a health clinic too. Damn.
Nope. Can't look. Can't watch. No.
Let's
No,
stop watching
leave
it
it.
after it's finished, man.
I'm getting anxiety. Okay.
There's a turret on top, Busha. There's a turret on top.
Oh shit, there is. Nice.
This is
Build
probably one of
your
the
home
biggest.
in the verse.
All right. So base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections: planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have
Cagnarn and Great Dane is cussing him out right now.
post where you can create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area, or is it to be off grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've
I'm
got
off the grid.
blueprints.
I'm not going anywhere near
Oh,
society.
fuck me, look at that, man.
Recipes. Everything in the game is
Don't
fabricated
bring a
from
craft
blueprint.
into the game.
Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations. With materials ranging from
Trying
the
so
common
hard
to
to
ultra
be
rare,
chill right now.
you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because of the planetary shield tech. Security will show up to protect it as well.
Ooh.
You pay for the privilege.
Security will show up to protect it?
At this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after
I'm
a
hiding
period of
mine
time,
in like
and the base
a
will become
resource-rich
derelict and
area
will
on like
collapse.
an abandoned planet, you know?
But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With the vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures.
I'm getting the Galaxy.
With the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So, and then it's also,
cool.
we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet. So from here,
a space settlement.
So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode.
Okay.
With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own the land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build.
That's a good point, to be
so
honest,
you can see how it will all kind of come together.
More sales, I guess.
You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings
more of an
right now with no
exploration
charge.
ship too, not a builder.
Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on
this in the
what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
You know what? CIG looked at Starfield and said, you know what? We see you, Starfield, but we're going to raise you.
Everything fabricated is
we do it better.
It produces a physicalized
We're gonna shit on you and throw you out like trash.
The materials actually used.
Just give us another 5 years.
You built your decorations. Now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated.
Yeah, it must be because the Galaxy's modular. So modular that it must be one of the modules on the Galaxy.
Look, he's tripping on the Galaxy.
So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads,
storefronts, man.
And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed.
So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1.
I'm gonna make like an armored fuel station probably.
That's me.
Wow.
Thank you all. Thank you for coming.
Nice.
We start development of that in Q1.
2024. That's brilliant. That'll take them at least 2 years.
Hey.
That's all concept. That's going to take them a year.
I had said that years ago that Star Citizen was going to come to a place and time where you're going to have to pay for your livelihood. Yeah. I've been saying this. Come on, Chris. Come on, Chris. Oh, look, you see what shirt he got on, right?
In these last 2 days.
We're
really excited to show you a lot of it.
See the stains on it?
And I've sort of
He's
seen
still wearing that tight
online
jacket.
comments about, okay, well that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game?
I'm gonna go ahead and kill
one
this.
of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCon is our intention, not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that, to get them into
Here we go. This is dates.
Through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So we are...
Yeah, great.
Okay, we're listening to you.
Over the
Yep.
Stop talking then.
Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year. Hopefully everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen. So, and it's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of, because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create.
I'm watching them, Tribunal.
So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier,
I'm watching them.
We are feature complete on Squadron 42.
Wow. Brilliant.
I am not, you will not get a release date from me today, because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates. It will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small. To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
I got goosebumps, gentlemen. I got goosebumps. Let's go. We're going to get all of this. Let me get my camera out the way. We're going to get all of this.
Let's see this ship. Now let's go.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. Picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning that.
Y'all see the Hornet they're in, right?
Yeah.
Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Provided that the civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
That's the Super Hornet.
Archangel. Archangel. This is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
No, it's not.
Give me a fully loaded Hornet, and I'll reshape the gates of heaven.
F8, mate. F8. Oh, look at that.
Wow. That's 2 Bengals, javelins, 3 Bengals, javelins, hammerheads, it's just galore. Oh, that is awesome.
And the Retaliator.
Yeah. Oh, the music as well.
I'm gonna enjoy playing this game.
Nordic feel. Oh yeah. Oh, I need to get it.
The
I
Gauntlet.
I don't think I have a Squadron 42 with
Javelin class destroyer.
You can get it pretty cheap actually, I think.
Posted up in the
I might
UE
grab it.
space
I'm
of
gonna grab it while I
Stanton.
can.
Captain's
I
log.
know I just wrote
Start
you,
8.
but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the
other side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll ride as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Okay, so we got customization in the game. Character customization.
Everything we've seen is all features they put into this. So all they've got to do is port it from this over to the live server for you. Gillian Anderson.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast.
That thing's a beast.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it.
Hold on, what's got the scripts?
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
You actually have to show me where to get. And to grab a... What's it? Oh, damn.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun.
This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your
So does that mean they're done with the game?
making sure it's immersive as possible.
Yeah, they're done making all the
We've paid
features.
extra attention to how your character reacts
Polished.
when
All
they're
they've got to do is
so that you feel like an actual
there's a few, with any game release, there's a few legal hoops you've got to jump through that you can't do until you complete.
So probably next 2 years, isn't it?
Huge improvements.
2
Not
years.
even that long.
Maybe not even that, yeah. That's incredible.
Precision targeting mode,
They've got to do the same thing Art's doing right now, Busha.
Yeah.
And that's being done over the space of 2-3 weeks.
With the aim now on polish, we've organised the project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas to deliver the best experience.
Boats? Got boats? What?
Apparently they do.
Look at the terrain. Look at the detail of the terrain.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together
Old man.
with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by
smart
seamlessly
camera.
blending it with polished
Gotta be in it.
visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
The water effects.
Good to see the boat, kid. Good to keep going.
This is it. You can imagine how.
Baby.
Yeah, you can imagine now. You can imagine now,
Go,
can't you?
Tribunal.
We're also
Imagine how
gameplay
quick
features,
Star Citizen is going to be
such as the
produced
ship
now
flight
that
model for both
Squadron
atmosphere
42
and
is feature
space,
complete.
which covers
Yeah,
master
man.
modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs.
Holy shit, are those all missiles?
Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen
I knew,
additional
yeah.
improvements, allowing
They've
us to
been
own
showing
and
us
craft
stuff from
environmental
Squadron
puzzles
42 this
unique to
whole
each
entire
location,
time.
while
Also,
allowing us to tell
they
the
have,
story
yeah.
of the world around you.
But we knew they was doing that. They were putting all the effort into getting it working in Squadron 42. And then all they've got to do is pull it across.
To be honest, I didn't think they were this close. It's great
The
to see
military
that they're this
multi-tool
close.
is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a
Tribunal,
single
man.
handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
Nice. It bounced like that in real life.
Shut up, old man.
Our scanning, targeting, and marking system has also seen an
Starfarer.
overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Damn skank!
Shoot at the pips. There you go. That's it.
FPS combat and stealth, which
Hammer
has seen a
down,
suite of
baby.
improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and
Of
balance,
course.
realistic
They've been
scope,
showing us
and
Squadron
smoother
42
locomotion,
this whole entire time.
alongside our new and
I knew it.
improved FPS radar and scanner
Oh, this
that
guy needs
provide
to
you
be
an
decapitated.
overview
Left
of the
love for
battlefield,
P6.
but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions.
That's not a
We've
P6.
also seen the
No, he
introduction
left it
of a
behind.
Maelstrom-powered
Oh.
destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience alongside our improved AI that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow
The
us to
Maelstrom
create
system
unique
is
and
probably one of
challenging
the
combat
most
encounters
innovative
that
destruction
really push your
systems in the
tactical
in
awareness
gaming
and skill.
history, isn't it? I mean,
They're
it's
not dead yet.
gonna innovate how PvP and FPS fights occur in gaming overall.
Really? Dang, bullet
Pretty
sponges.
impressive.
Nah, he had heavy armor on.
Yeah.
Not in the face.
See, the guys that have got no armor on, they go down really quick.
I'll be able to scan before the grenade too.
I'm loving the environment.
Mm.
You saw the slide right there?
Yeah.
Nice. Mm. Nah, don't help him up.
I'm gonna need to get my controller working on this.
We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish and where we need to improve the gameplay.
They own it this time, Tribunal. They own it this time, brother. Cut the doors open. Oh, wow, look at this.
For me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized.
Go,
allowing
go,
us
go,
to
go,
craft
go,
an
run.
experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area that I'm excited to dive in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created.
Hey, this is what happens when you support
Ultimately,
a
this
guy
is the final phase of gameplay
that has
before we
ambition.
fully transition into optimization and stability on the
Don't
road
get
to release.
all righteous on me now, whole armor. Don't say that this is what you were expecting the whole time. You don't get that right.
I'm aboard again. Star Citizen.
Really shows how far we've come.
Are we playing Star Citizen one night, yeah?
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find
You don't
additional
want to know
moments
until it comes
within
out,
the
yeah?
existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wildlines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
Mm. Wow. So the bad guys were played by actors as well.
Look how cool that colours looks.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything
Come on,
and
Gary.
everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet,
Mark Strong in the background there.
I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push your button.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Well, let's get into position.
Can I actually pledge to get Squadron 42?
I don't know. I'll check in a minute. I don't think we're watching a video.
Throughout the
You can
polish
get the
phase,
buy as
our
an
team is
add-on.
taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company.
Oh, they've got him
This
as
is
well.
not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to
Ooh,
adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm
Wow.
we're flying into.
Looks so much better.
One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our
You know what?
cast and
I
convey
can
their
see
emotions
where all that
in the
money's
best
gone.
light possible.
Yo.
And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey, Julian Wexler. I'm the field manager
Krennic.
of this little operation. Welcome aboard
This
the
is an
Archon.
all-star
What brings the Navy
cast,
to
isn't
this
it?
little corner of the universe?
You can see where the money's gone.
He's one of the best.
As others will share,
So
this
many
is the
people,
most
isn't it?
rewarding
Mad.
chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
Shit.
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
It's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the
Come on,
behaviors
stream.
implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
Do it. Done.
Okay.
Whoa. Little Argo cargo.
Anyway. For example, we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups,
what I
or
wanna see.
awkward transitions, and ensuring
That's
that
awesome.
everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew.
Oh, that's awesome.
We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff. Copy that. Hangar, ready for
Copy that.
launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
I mean, this trailer here puts Starfield to shame.
Yes, it
Really.
does.
I mean,
I've uninstalled Starfield off my computer.
We're ready and
You know what? I'm a little bit
we're
upset with
launched
you,
off
Ty,
the
for that.
deck of the carrier.
I'm gonna give CIG some more money.
Baron 2.
No, but I don't care about that.
Have a safe flight, Baron.
All the hype we gave Starfield, you guys hadn't even freaking completed it. I at least completed it.
We want you to not
I
only
uninstalled
decide
it.
how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be
That's
so
what my
pretty.
hab's gonna look like.
Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
oh, 97. No. The rapid fire shotgun.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the
Thought he was dead.
environment. weapon gameplay and enemy reactions, as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions.
Yeah, we seen that.
Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind.
Yep, we seen this
That's
too.
gonna hurt in the morning.
Man.
As we continue to focus on the quality
Uh-oh, look at this.
That knife kind of went through his
with
neck,
our
though.
art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside
That
us.
is stunning.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script.
Oh, I remember this
The
mission.
mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual
What is
quality
that?
CIG has become known for.
That's what I've been trying to figure out.
We can't hack it from this side.
It's like a space trawler.
We got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid
Wow.
that's a negative, Steve. I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul. It's a
Wow,
personal
look at
that
that,
tells the
man.
history long before you arrived.
That's incredible.
Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly
And you
between
know
tighter
this is
traversal
gameplay too.
spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but
Look
rewarding,
at that.
ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in. We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie kind.
So badass. That's on the what's it? The missile
That-
ship, isn't it? I forgot.
That's a freelancer.
Yeah, that's it, freelancer.
We'll be
Thank you.
introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their
Ooh.
age, and tried to ensure there's a progression
Whoa,
of
what
artistic
ship is
choice
that?
for each station as you progress.
That's
through
the
game.
construction ship, isn't it?
That looked like a cargo barge.
No, it's the new construction ship, isn't it? The one that's not out yet. The one that's they talked about
The
base building.
there's a caterpillar that just flew
Yep,
out
saw
the
that.
window. You talking about the
As you can see today, the teams are working
the
incredibly hard,
Pioneer.
ramping up the detail
think
and
that's it, yeah.
quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Then what the heck is this?
What are you?
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
Yes.
When we have the locked
Yes.
release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42, you will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe.
You
Polish
punk
phase may take
ass.
some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander.
Come on, just tell us something
In
though.
this video, I'd like to extend a
That's
big
fair
thank
enough.
you
I mean,
to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? We can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
We held the line, gentlemen. He ain't lying about that. Look at the Van Duel. Look at him. Look at him. Mm-hmm. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Those are cool looking, dude. Holy. Damn. Damn.
Come on with it, baby. I held the line. He ain't lying. We did. We held it. Line of spilt drink all over the doggone place. Come on, Chris.
Oh, I wish I was there this
Look,
year.
there's Joe.
Yeah.
There's Joe. There's Joe right there. He stood up. Hey, look at him. Look, he teared. He teared up.
Yep. Yep.
He teared up.
He's taken a lot of shit over the years.
Yeah, he has.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much. It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it
all
is.
gameplay. Fucking hell.
Anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of. So I can't wait for you guys to play it.
Look at Space Tomato, punk ass.
And anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support. Just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful, as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much.
There's Space Tomato right there, and some other needle dick, whoever sitting next to him.
And then I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitcomb headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. The companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone, and sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do, and they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands.
There's Joe again. There's Zuki, Zeke, or Zook, whatever the hell his name
with
is.
That, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing, earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
And goodbye, Starfield. Fuck yes.
Well, well, well. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. A 2-day CitizenCon special of Star Citizen and, well, of part of Star Citizen and 90% of Squadron 42 shown to us twice. But I liked it, and they killed the stream. Look at that. They ain't waste no time. They killed that stream. They're like, turn it off. They kill it. Kill it. It's time to go. Time to go home.
Well, I ain't sleeping. Not sure about you, but I ain't sleeping.
Oh, man. So, gentlemen, talk to me. Let's take a little few minutes. Let's see what time it is. Let's see what time it is right here. It is. You got to go to work. Y'all both have to go to work in the morning. Oh, what a. So what do y'all think? Man, y'all should have seen me over here on the live stream. I'm clapping, I'm cheering, I'm jumping up and out of my chair over here for stuff. I'm like, and it was so much. It was so much. Okay, here's Tribunal. Tribunal, let me get your volume up here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna turn everybody's volume up. Okay. All right, Tribunal. So what you think, man? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, indeed. But before Before you go, Booster, from this stream, what stood out that matters to you? Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. All right, all right. Yep, I totally agree with that, Boucher. Well, hey, thank you for giving your input. Thank you for giving your opinions and sharing. And thank you for coming to the stream and hanging out with your homie, Whole Armor. And we'll see you next time. Go ahead and get you some rest so you can wake up early in the morning and punch that clock. And have a good day at work too, man. All right. All right. Reaper. Not this, not yesterday's stream. Today's stream. Just today. What stood out to you that matters to you in today's stream that you saw? That was, yeah, you know. The base building. Yeah. Yeah, that base building looks amazing. You know. Mhm. 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 Yeah. Yeah. This was massive. This was definitely massive. It was the bounty hunting for me. I cheered for so much. I don't even know which one I cheered and raised my arms for the most. I pretty much loved all of it. I loved all of it. You know, the as far as like the whole presentation from today back to yesterday, it was utterly amazing. Stellar, stellar, stellar stuff. And the underground facilities. Oh, what it was for me, what it actually was for me was the persistent hangar and the ability to pull your vehicles in the same hangar and load them into your ship. That is what was the key thing to me in this particular presentation. The yesterday's presentation was the bounty hunter gameplay that really sparked my interest and rekindled my fire. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's gonna change with the SRV because when the SRV comes, I'm hoping and predict that the claim timers are gonna go up like crazy. So
Mm.
people are not gonna just claim their items; they're gonna be sitting out there in space waiting for a tow.
Right. Hey, Squirrel, did you get a chance to watch the stream? If you have, what was some of the things that stood out to you? Go ahead, Tribunal.
Yeah, it's just it's a big eye opener. A lot of things we've been waiting for with the main thing for me personally over the 2-day course was the star map and the search feature, the zooming in, tied in with the ping.
Yeah, man.
That's what I want the most. Not no disappearing worlds when you zoom in, then you got to zoom out again, trying to rotate the location.
Right. It sucks, man. It's horrible. And another thing that I liked was the engineering part of the ship. Excuse me. The engineering where you get the map layout of the ship, where you get to see the different doors and the different components and what these components are connected to based on the power distribution and what systems they're slave to within the ship, and being able to see the degradation of a system and being able to strategically and systematically tell your crew, say, hey, the power plant on the starboard side has went down, right? And then the doors are locked. So how do you get there? You have to unlock the door, open the door for him, you know, and the ability to turn on and off life support or gravity and lock doors and lock people. Man, that's gonna be so awesome stuff. Now my thing is, it's so much. How are they going to glue all those systems together?
They've already done it though, haven't they? That's the whole point behind Squadron 42. That's done all the work. All they've got to do now is just move it over to the PU.
Right, and we have the PU has a reputation. Once you put stuff on their on those servers, everything comes undone. It's like you sew the dress together, you sew the suit together, but then as soon as you put it on the person, all the sleeves and the buttons start popping off, and the sleeves start falling off, and the soon as he sits down, he gets a split crack.
318 all over again. Look.
You know what I'm saying? Like, now the thing is, Chris Roberts, he said that he's hoping to get this within all of this, what we seen within the year. So that means that the replication layer and the server meshing has to be feature complete and ready to go before the end of the year. But there was no indication that they had gotten started, because the guy said that the beginnings of the server meshing is only a demo.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. We just gonna have to wait and play this year out, gentlemen. Because this now we held for the past 6 months, 7 months, 8 months even, we held CIG to the fire. We did. We held them to the fire. We showed them no mercy. Right? And now that they gave us a presentation and said, hey, this is what we were doing in the background. And I'm gonna say this, and I had said this earlier in the stream while we was on break, while you guys was on break. Back then, when we was doing the citizen cons, this was one of the things that really stood out to me, is that back then when they did the citizen con and they did the videos and stuff like that, they were always talking about the work that we're going to do. It was always sounding like they were just getting started, over and over and over again. This is what we can do. This is what we could do. This is what we want to do. Things of that nature, right? So we were always wondering, like, well, if these are the stuff that you want to do, how come you don't know how to do it? What are the blockers? What's stopping you, right? This time, it's a totally different story, right? Totally different animal here. We get a presentation where now they told us, this isn't what we want to do. This is what we have done. And we're going to give it to you piecemeal, little by little, over the upcoming months. That is a breath of fresh air, gentlemen. Thank you, CIG, for changing up that format for now. You see? That's what really stood out to me this time. You know, and that's a good sign of things to come, as long as they keep it up. You know, and if they can get the replication working and the server meshing working, and get those servers communicating properly with each other the way that they're supposed to, that is yet to be seen.
Boy, even that replication layer thing, that will be a massive game changer.
Yep.
I think who does it? Was it GTA? I think they used to do it in Modern Warfare 2, where I think where the team lead may log off, then it'll go grey for like 1 or 2 seconds, and it will migrate to a new server. So there's no crash to desktop. It's just pause, then continue.
Right.
That will be that's what I want as well.
Yeah.
You know, no more crash and losing your stuff. You just pause for a second, spins up a new server. But the way things they're doing it, it might even spin up quicker than we've ever seen, so you may not even notice it.
Yeah.
You might see a stutter, and that's it.
Right.
But yeah, I thought they were talking about more ships. To be honest, I thought it was gonna be like a massive
ship sale
concept or something.
Yeah, that would have cheapened the deal though if they did that, because then that would have been another narrative for us to use against them, to say that, okay, you just trying to sell ships, you're not trying to, you know, that would have looked real bad. I'm glad that they didn't.
Don't they put the ships up anyway during CitizenCon? The stores haven't updated if they do.
They have before.
All the ships? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, they did. They have before. But then after like the third CitizenCon, they went with the Christmas holiday sales.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, season will be a big one for sales. That's normally in November.
I thought this time of year they just let it all loose. But yeah, what do you not think about the ships they nominated for base building, which was the Galaxy and also the Pioneer we know about?
You know, Tribunal, I think what he was getting at was, if you have a mole and a few cargo boxes, you'll be able to build you a small shelter. If you have a vehicle the size of a Ursa rover, you'll be able to make you a large. If you have a vehicle such as what was the name of that vehicle with the missiles on the back of it? I keep the Legion. No, the
Oh no, it's not. I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, he is saying if you can use this vehicle to cart in all of your stuff, this is the size of shelter you can build with that. I think he was using those different scales of vehicles to determine how big or how extravagant you can make your settlement.
Yeah, because I'm not trying to buy a Galaxy.
Yeah, no, right. The Galaxy is in a ship. It's saying based on its cargo capacity.
Okay.
Right? Based on your ship's cargo capacity. So, like, if you had a Galaxy and or a Carrack, these with that type of cargo capacity, you'll be able to build yourself a pretty sizable homestead, as opposed to somebody who has an Avenger.
So you interested in building a homestead?
Yes. But
make sure you pay your taxes.
I gotta pay my taxes, man. And I've said this for years, but I'm looking forward to building my settlement out in space because nobody has ever done that before. There's a lot of games out there that allows you to build your base on planet, but there's not a whole lot of games that allows you to build your settlement out in space. So
Love to hollow out an asteroid.
Yeah, exactly.
There was one system in law, I think it was it Spider, where I think it was derelict ships were put together like kind of like the Borg, where they just reuse all the old ships and make a settlement in space, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it'd be nice when you're in space. That's real remote, so you shouldn't really. But then again, if you're in space, you're not gonna have protection when you're not there.
Right.
You know, if you pay your taxes offline, at least you know you're gonna have the shield. You're gonna have the police come protect your property.
Yeah, man, you gotta pay for your livelihood. I have said this for years that Star Citizen is gonna come into a place where you're gonna have to pay for your livelihood. You're gonna have ship upkeep, you're gonna have hangar upkeep, you're gonna have settlement and apartment upkeep. You're gonna have to earn your living because
I like it.
I like it like that. So that means that because I've also said this when I was over in the other organization, is that Chris Roberts wants you to be able to think twice before you step foot out of that hangar. Make sure that, or your easy hab, make sure you have all of your stuff together. Make sure you plan. Make sure you prepare properly. Because once you step out into the verse, you're fair game. Your choices are going to matter. And if you're putting yourself in situations that you can't win, then that's gonna become very costly.
It is what it is.
But I'm all for it though. I'm all for it. I want to get down into Pyro, get into the Pyro station and get the creeping around through them crevices and crooks and crannies and trying to see who I can choke out. Or get choked out.
I think what surprised me yesterday as well with the the whole knife thing when he tried to stab the guy.
Yeah.
And he held the knife. So imagine if you could flip the knife back on you.
Yeah,
you're trying to hold the knife.
That's what I thought he was gonna do, was break out of the hole and then grab the knife and try to use it on you.
What do you call it? Is it parlay or something like that?
Parry. A parry.
That's it. It's a parry.
Yeah.
It's like GTA when you dodge and you the one giving the punches now, you know? It's gonna be very interesting.
Very much so. I am definitely see I was having this conversation with Joe and I was letting him know, I was like, listen, man, if they don't show us something worth it, I'm not playing Star Citizen because I already put in my 9 years. I've been here since the beginning. I done been through so many organizations. I done played the game, clocked in a lot of flight hours, and I was already at that stage where I'm prepared to walk away and wipe my hands and walk away and don't look back. I was prepared for that. So I was kind of burnt out with Star Citizen as it is today and how it functions and how it plays and stuff like that. It can be fun, but right now it's mundane. It's stale a little bit, you know. And on top of that, I'm tired of seeing Stanton. I'm tired of Stanton. Yeah. So what's up, Carmen Gaming? Welcome to the stream, my brother. We're just having a quick discussion about the live stream. The CitizenCon event is over. It was just over about 10 minutes ago. But welcome. So yeah, I was already at that point where I was like, you know what, I really don't want to deal with this no more. I really don't want to put forth the effort in playing the game. And now, after what I've been seeing, I have to say, clearly say, salute to you, brother. I have to clearly say the presentation that I saw today and yesterday has got to be the greatest thing I had ever seen in my entire life. There is no game out there that's putting forth this type of immersion, this level of immersion, this level of detail nowhere, where it placed the player in the world. And based on your man, and you are a captain of your ship.
No cutscene.
No cutscenes. None. And the planet is fully rendered.
That's it. That's it. You see it, you can go there.
You see it, you can go there. You got transitions from planet to space, from space to planet. And if you get one of these bad boys right here, this Apoa, right, this super bike, you can circumvent the whole planet as long as you got enough fuel in it. At full speed, top speed, baby.
Yep, I hear that, man. What do you think of the boats? That surprised me. I got GTA vibes. The boat
yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely got some GTA vibes. I got Ghost Recon vibes.
Yeah, because they were talking about buoyancy. Was it a year or two ago? And you can see it playing out now. And it was the quality, the light shading. You can feel immersed.
Right.
You know. Like the buoyancy was correct. The only other game I know who had buoyancy and oceans that I liked was GTA 5. But this one, I was like, hopefully we start seeing something soon.
Right.
But you know, as I said, like Chris Roberts was blinking a bit too much for my liking.
Yeah. Currently, we in the Stanton system, Carbon. We have 4 planets. We have Crusader, ArcCorp, Hurston, and Microtech. Those are the 4 major planets in the Stanton system. But you missed the presentation. They showed us Pyro. So Pyro is coming. And I think Pyro has 3 planets in it. Yeah, 3.
Don't forget their moons.
and all of their moons. So, and you can land on their planets, and you can land on all of their moons, and they're gonna have content on pretty much all of them. So, this is a game like none other. Like, I don't even think, with a budget of what, $600 million plus, and it's crowdfunded by the people like me, you, and the people that I'm talking with. This is what you get. But like I said though, you know, I'm still trying to figure out how are they going to put all of that together.
As in without bugs or stuttering
or put it to get it, all of these systems, the audio system they talked about, the environmental systems they talked about, the AI, all of the Moby Glass, and it's like and all of that function and works together, where because I know it's gonna be buggy as hell, man. I just feel it.
'Cause what I'm hoping is that when
The
this
Drake
replication
Buccaneer.
layer gets separated, plus server mission, that will release a lot of stress on the systems. That's my
Yeah.
only assumption I can think of, to be honest. So once they get that out of the way, who knows, man?
Right. Yeah, see, I just can't bring myself to play the typical games anymore. They're just so simplistic, simple, you know, compared to this. That's why I don't play Call of Duty and all of that other it's just I wanna live in it. I wanna live in the world that I'm in. I wanna think, you know. I wanna prepare.
Preparation is in itself takes a while as well in this game.
Yep.
Gotta pick out your stuff, if not you gotta go back and get it. But yeah. So that means now we can actually launch from Area 18 when this cargo elevator becomes active.
Yeah, man. What you think, Reaper?
I'm quietly optimistic. I don't want to know the Starford, man. It looks good. It looks very good. I'm not too worried about the implementation of it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Like they've already got it working in Squadron 42. But I can see that they need to upgrade the servers, that's for sure, to keep up with it. But I think there's a lot of good content coming.
Man, the content.
It's been a long
Mr.
time coming as well.
Carbon, you missed it, brother. You missed it. But you'll be able to play this live back in the playback and watch it through. Please feel free to check out the first live stream that's in the channel. You can check that out. But I know it's late with you gentlemen.
Do you know what? It was just the last 2-3 minutes of that Squadron 42 video. I was like, what is that? What is that? Oh my, look at that. Even the way the Vandal came, I don't know if you lot noticed.
Man.
It bored into the ship. You remember
Yeah.
that red circle? It cut into the ship, then they came up.
Yes.
I was like, and they spoke about this before. That's why some of the ships had those little knife blade things on them.
Right.
So it can just charge a ship and go in.
RSI Constellation. Yeah, man.
But you know what? People need to realize now, especially after this 2-day event, you cannot solo bigger ships.
You can't solo
how
these
we
ships.
can do now.
Not going forward. When they get that system working in, where the ship management system, you're not gonna be able to pilot.
You need the engineer.
Yep.
You need, you know what I'm saying? You need one master engineer to look at the panel, someone else to go and do the job. Plus whoever on the bridge.
Yeah.
And you need the parts. If you're in a turret and it gets shot, you're dead.
Exactly. So if you in a constellation, you're gonna need 3 people. If you're in a Corsair, you're gonna need 3 people or more. The minimum 3.
Yeah, I think with the Corsair side, you can get away maybe with 2.
Maybe
3's. I think you can.
2 is pushing it.
Carrack size, 3 to 4 minimum.
Yeah, I guess with 2, with the Corsair, because it's from the cockpit straight to the center part, and all the engineering is right there in that centralized location. Yeah, I could see that.
That's what I'm
It's
thinking.
probably same thing for the Constellation too. The minimum of 2 people.
Yeah. Where is the engineering parts in the Constellation?
In the rear of the ship, yeah. And then there's supposed to be some in the bridge area too. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Hmm. And the lighting, the new lighting effects, the new lighting up. Oh man, missed it, man. Yep.
Yeah.
And it's almost half the price. And it does more out the box.
You know, Whole will probably kill me for saying this, right? I don't want to say it, but you know 14 comes out soon, didn't you?
Yeah, I did say that.
The
Do you reckon I should wait?
The who come out?
The 40th
14,
gen.
yeah.
It's supposed to be this year, isn't it?
I don't know. Could be any time coming up, right?
I don't know
I
what no
don't, I
14
don't, I
is.
don't, I don't know if we'll see it before CES next year. They'll probably save it for CES. It's the 14th gen Intel, so at the moment we're on 13th.
Yeah. The CPU.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the next generation as well. I'm sure it was October. End of October it's supposed to drop.
Hey, maybe.
Yeah. I'll check it out anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, for me, I don't. My PC kind of holds its own at the moment. It's not too bad. I've got a 12th gen i7.
That's alright.
32 gig. The only thing that, I mean, it's not even like it's a shit graphics card. It's a 2080 Super. It's just it struggles with some of the ray tracing on some of the newer games.
Well,
So I'm just,
it's kind of better than mine. I've got 2070 in my laptop.
Yeah, you're gonna want to upgrade that one, man. Yeah. I was looking. You know what? Right, me and my mate were at work. Was looking the other day. Was looking at the new Razer Blade. i9, 4090, 2 terabytes of storage, NVMe, 512 NVMe.
Oh.
£5,000. That's ridiculous.
Nope.
And that's a laptop. That's a laptop though.
No, I'm not doing that.
Like,
Build it
4090.
Yeah, build it yourself.
Yeah. The one thing I've got to work out is I cheated with this PC because I couldn't be bothered to build it like this one. I've got it pre-built. And the 2080 comes pre-called. When I upgrade it to the newer one, it's not going to be...
Greetings and salutations, YouTube and Kit. This is your host, Whole Armor. Hey, this was an awesome stream. I had a whole lot of fun watching the CitizenCon, looking at all the new updates. We just had a brief discussion about what's going on and things of that nature. So we're getting ready to go ahead and call the stream. I want to say thank you all for coming. Thank you, Mr. Carbon Gaming, for showing up. Thank you, Squirrel, for showing up. Thank you, Living Tribunal, for stopping by and hanging out with me this entire time. I really appreciate your love and your support, my brother. So I'm getting ready to call it here and call it quits. Word to my homie, the Living Tribunal. I will see you on the flip side, and peace and chicken grease, baby.